We are fortunate to have with us an expert who has made this significant contribution to the field. I cordially invite Dr. Mahesh Gupta sir, our session chair, to kindly brief the session and share his thought with us. Please, Dr. Mahesh Gupta sir.
Thank you, madam. First of all, very good afternoon to all of you, and most importantly, our today's speakers, Dr. Y.S. Daliwalji. So they have agreed to spare the time from their busy schedule to join with us today, and I very much thankful to sir, and he has very immense knowledge and good speaker in the area of millets and millet products, and they have a wide area of expertise. I think with their CV they will conduct, you will know all. But most importantly, this session is very much important, which is to be framed with the millet for nutrition and nutraceuticals. In this session, it is very informative to know about the millets, their cultivars with their nutrition profile and their facts and figures to make a different food products out of that. So in this session, two main speakers are there. Dr. Y.S. Daliwal, retired professor from CSK HPKV University, Palampur. And second is Dr. M.S. Meera. She is a millet scientist in CFTRI Mysore. So I think all the gathering there today, they will get a very good benefit out of their good knowledge and experience in this diverse area of millets and their nutrition profiling for the exploration in the different possible sources as well as availability in the region, as well as their cultivation practices in the different part of the pan India level. So I again request all to kindly get the good benefit out of this session, and I thankful to Dr. Y.S. Daliwal sir for their joining online, please. Thank you.
Now I invite Dr. Y.S. Daliwal sir to give insight and guide us towards creative innovation solution. Dr. Y.S. Daliwal sir is a professor cum dean at the Department of Food Science, Nutrition and Technology at the College of Home Science at CSK, Himachal Pradesh, Agriculture University. With over 30 years of experience, Dr. Dhaliwal has held various positions including assistant scientist, deputy director and professor principal scientist. He has also served as head of the department of over 8 years and currently appointed as dean. Dr. Dhaliwal has published 128 research papers, 30 books and 74 publications in various journals and conferences. He has completed 8 projects and as a member of various professional associations, societies, boards and editorial boards of journal in food science. He has provided guidance to 21 postgraduate students and managed numerous research projects funded by various organizations. Dr. Dhaliwal has also served as a subject expert for various screening and selection at various agriculture universities and has evaluated project proposal for DST and MOPI. So I invite Dr. Dhaliwal to please help the session.
Thank you, madam. Should I start?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay. Thank you, madam. Thank you, Dr. Mahesh, and my old friend, Dr. B.K. Modi. And first of all, I thanks the organizers for allowing me to this and for giving a chance to interact with the renowned persons, students, faculty, and for this international conference that is on millets. We'll start. Actually, this is a talk. I will share my experience. Rather, this is not a that is very scientific talk, but this is for all persons, maybe students, maybe the faculty, maybe the teachers, maybe the employers or entrepreneurs or others persons. I start with the very slide. सॉरी मैं स्लाइड्स को सेट कर रहा हूँ अभी टाइम लग रहा है इसमें एक बस I thank the organizing to deliver this lecture. So my talk that is on the millets and the role in human nutrition, and the theme of this, that is the millets for nutritional and nutraceutical for the main aim is that is for the combat with the malnutrition. If we see the hill topography and the agricultures, if we see, this is just a slide for this. In India, the larger area that's located in the Himalayan, comprising of the different zones, that is the Western Himalayas, Central Himalayas, Northern Himalayas. If we see the crops on the right-hand side of this, the presentations, the crops of hill and that of other areas that belongs to pseudo cereals. It means that's the millets, pulses, oilseeds, vegetables, fruits, and tea and coffee. So these crops are very important. Maybe it's divided from the different zones, but if so, see the millets. So millets are nutri-cereals, which is comprising sorghum, pearl millets, finger millets, foxtails. So these are divided into two categories: the major millets and the minor millets. And these are the of the oldest foods to the humanity.
Sir, sir, actually, इसको slide mode में please, if you can do in slide mode. Yes, first option.
First option, slides आ नहीं रही है.
नहीं sir, वो that is not in the slide mode, but it is in the open window mode है.
मेरे पास तो slide mode आ रहा है actually. Full screen आ रही है slide mode.
अब दोबारा इसको एक बार स्लाइड मोड से हटाने के बाद दोबारा एक बार करिए सर शायद.
अभी Dr. Mahesh, please say.
Sir, actually slide तो change हो रहा है, but there is not slide mode. Actually, this is only in the window.
सर आप इसको दोबारा शेयर कीजिए.
अनशेयर करके दोबारा शेयर कर लीजिए सर.
आप उधर से शेयर कर लो कैसे
नहीं, आप करिए एक बार फिर सब देख लेते हैं.
Now, this mesh.
नहीं सर, अभी भी वैसे ही है, बट चलिए सर, आप प्लीज डू इट एक्चुअली, अदरवाइज कोई बात नहीं सर, करिए आप इसको कंटिन्यू ऐसे ही चलिए.
शेयर करिए दोबारा कर लो, एक बार शेयर करो. Mahesh? Dr. Mahesh?
Sir, please go ahead. Sir, no problem. Please go ahead. Sir, आप करिए for next करिए.
So So these are millets that are divided into two major millets and the minor millets. We all know all these type of these are the crops. Then as for the classifications of the millets that is concerned, and the major millet and minor millets. Under the major millets, the sorghum, pearl, finger millets is there. Under the minor millets, that's the foxtails, kodo, this little and ground top or millets are there. There are two that is pseudo cereals. Even millets, we could say that American buckwheat is there, but these are pseudo cereals. These are the crops that divide into the millets divided into two portions. There's positive. It is the more directly fibers, and in case of the neutral millets, they are little bit less in the fiber. But these are the two broad categories of the millets. So I will not go for the details, but these are the nutraceutical properties of these millets. If we discuss the potential health benefits of millets, so they treat coronary artery disorders, they reduce the risk of colon cancers, that help in preventing the then a good source of antioxidants that helps in weight management, then helps to decrease the high blood pressures, then the control the diabetes, and also helps in controlling anemia. These are the further, these millets contain several bioactive phytochemicals, which are including different types of the categories. Even from the slides, you can see all these things in this case. I move to the next slide. If we compare with other cereals, millets, that is directly fiber. This is the range of the rate fiber, which is vary from this. In case of, if we go for the little millets, that is more in iron as compared to the others. And in case of figure millet, that is more in calcium. And pearl millets, that is more in iron. If we discuss the different millets, the pearl millet, that is its source of micronutrients like the irons, magnesium, calcium, phosphorus, and the superior protein quality also is there in case of this. And if we, the second millet, that is the figure millet, it's the excellent source of B vitamins, which plays a role in from the brain functioning to healthy cell divisions.
Sorry, yes, Aliwar. ये स्लाइड्स चेंज नहीं हो रही है.
यहाँ से तो हो रही है, बस करो उसको.
हाँ, now it is changed.
Okay. And that contains the highest calcium, that is 3 times greater than the millet. Good. Next slide. Slides. स्लाइड्स को उसमें कर दूं.
सर चेंज हो रही है, नो प्रॉब्लम.
Okay, the help. What disturbance हो रही है? सर इसको आप अपने पास में भेजिए तो आप वो शेयर कर लें इसको.
सर नो प्रॉब्लम, स्लाइड चेंज हो रही है. आप जस्ट नेक्स्ट स्लाइड पे क्लिक करेंगे तो आ रही है. Slides is changing, no problem, sir.
Okay. The health benefits of figure millets, that is because of the antimicrobial activities, antioxidant activity, the wound healings, the anemia, then the weight loss, then the bone health and CVC and diabetes. Next is the foxtail millet, that is source of vitamin B12, which is essential for maintaining the health heart. Next slide. Health benefits of foxtail millets, that is because of the antioxidant activities, the lower glucose and the lower blood cholesterol, and GI disorders. Next. एक ही करके maximum पता चल नहीं ले रही है जाएंगे तो yeah that's fine. Sorry, मैं आपको भी slides problem आ रही है business में. And anyway, next is the finger millets, the excellent source of B vitamins which play a role from everything from the brain functions to the health wages. I have already discussed this one. Then the pearl millets. First time we have done this thing. Okay, now I shift to the next slide, that is the changing scenario of millet consumptions. Recognizing the importance of this millets, the government declared that 2018 as the year of millets, then the tagging millets as the nutri-cereals. Now we can say nutri-cereals. The Indian government approached the UN for this, for the observing as a observed the International Year of Millet, that is in 2023. So millets as a powerhouse of nutrients and full of important minerals and vitamins like vitamin B, calcium, iron, potassium, magnesium, and zinc. It is also gluten-free and has a low glycemic index, so making it suitable for diabetic, Weight Watchers, people who cannot digest wheat. So millets also are an excellent source of starch, that making it as a high energy foods and of protein and fibers. If we see the potential of millets, and that is because of by adding value to the produce, food processing sector may be small or marginal, and that can for the key elements for rural growth, then enhancing farm income, and providing jobs to the rural youths. So these crops have a great potential and can be exploited for preparation of wide range of value-added products. Now we see the value additions. Means the three things which are very important: the producers, the entrepreneurs, and the consumers. So it refers to manufacturing processes that increase the value of primary agricultural commodity, which increasing the economic value of the commodity through particular production as well as the processing sectors. So this that creates opportunity to earn more strong step towards food and nutrition security and wider acceptability of the value products, and is responsible for various market systems. The important thing in this value additions, that is the technologies which is the present need for the millets for the entrepreneurs. So it means need-based value addition technologies, more preventive, cost-effective, sustainable, and income-generating entrepreneurship. There is a need to establish more and more entrepreneurs, mills-based entrepreneurs. And this is very important for women empowerment and improving status of the families in the target areas. If we say millets-based value-added commercial products, so I've made two parts. One is the traditional products, which may be the roti, the stiff potatoes, the thin potatoes, the cooked grains, sweet and savory products, then the popped products. But the new products is in the market. Then that is the composed flour, then the husk-free malt flours, parboiled grains, then the popped products, the expanded products, the extruded products, the drum-dried products, the flakes, the health food and beverages, the bakery products, snacks, pasta and noodles. These are different types of the products which are available in the market. There are different products which is available in the markets. This is the millet, then this is the puffed finger millets, and this is the multi-millet ready to eat extruded stack plates, then the millet puppets. So these are the different types of the products. Come to the millets towards the closing of my presentations. That is, this is very important. That is induction. Being rich in macro and micronutrients, millets products can be a very good option for healthy foods, having better nutrition, and to combat malnutrition. So such millet-based products can be introduced at various sectors. These are the different types of the sectors at which we can popularize these types of, or we can introduce these millet products. Anganwadi centers. There's great need to introduce these millets at Anganwadi centers so that the nutrition of the meal is to be improved. The midday meal programs. We can attach with the millets with the midday meal programs. There is a great need for this. And the government-run hostels like sport authorities of India run hostels, colleges, hostels, and school, and other hostels that we can introduce millets. We make the millets compulsory for in the diets. Then the old age homes. This is also a one where we can add these millets or millet products for this. The tourism run hotels or restaurants. If we this is my concluding slide, the future prospectus of the millets. As for the global demand is there, as per the information available, the global millet market is expected to grow from 13 or 14 billions to, which is in 2003, to more than 21 billions by 2031. So future foods, recognizing the enormous potential of millets to generate livelihoods, then increase farmers' income and ensure food and nutritional security worldwide. The government of India has, when these are the prioritized the millets, importance of the millets in these things. And the more thing which is very important, that is zero hunger. So it means there is this point is very debatable. How we can combat with the malnutrition. Sustainable development goal to achieve zero hunger by the food security and improved nutrition and promote sustainable agriculture. So as per G20 meetings, our delegates or other meetings of the maybe at the government level or maybe non-government levels to give it an actual millet experience through tasting, meeting farmers, and interactive sessions with millet-based startups, FPOs. So it means there is a need to introduce millets or to start the startups, maybe at the small scale, maybe at the higher scales, but there is an urgent need to popularize these millets for different startups. If I share my experience, when I was handling 5-6 entrepreneurs, the startups, then they are doing work on millets. And FPOs, there is a need to centralize these FPOs. So, thanks. And this is now open for the discussions. If any questions and queries, can ask the questions. So these are the, sorry for this, I could not actually, from my side, the slides, okay. I don't know from how it is not as in the presentation forms, but you can ask me any questions or any clarifications or anything what we can do for these things. So any questions, any clarifications? Mesh, thank you very much. Dr. V.K. Modi, thank you very much for giving me time for these lectures. But hope I think मैं इसको बहुत अच्छा बनाना चाहता था, but बीच में slides हमें थोड़ा सा इसमें otherwise millets में value additions or entrepreneurs or students or faculty इसमें interact कर दे, is very vast, very important for this to interact to popularize the millets. And the topic, the title of the international conference is very well suited in this for the present need. So that as for the India's concerns, there is a need to increase the production of these crops. We have the entrepreneurs, but how the quality raw materials, from where we will export these type of the raw materials, then there is a need to popularize the millet products, which are 100% millet product. It is the no blending. ऐसा नहीं है कि 90% एक ले 10% मिलेट्स लेके इसको पॉपुलराइज करें, वो उसका कोई इफेक्ट इतना ज्यादा हेल्थ पे नहीं होता. आप जैसे इफ वी गो फॉर द प्रोडक्ट्स व्हिच इज सपोज देयर इज वन मिलेट, 100% मिलेट्स, ओके टेस्ट इज देयर. तो आज की जनरेशन है वो टेस्ट को लाइक नहीं करती है, लेकिन उसको इसको कैसे लाइक करें, उस टेस्ट का कैसे अपनाया जाए, ऐसी चीजें इसमें करने वाली है जो आगे इसको हम इसको जा सकते हैं इसको. तो इट मींस मिलेट्स का तभी फायदा होता है अगर मिलेट्स को एज ए मिलेट खाएं, एज ए फूड खाएं. 100% उसमें नहीं है कि 10% डाल के उसमें लगे, उसका फैक्ट इतना जाए, उससे तो बेटर है कि हम वैसे ही भी मेडिसिन ले लें उसके लिए. लेकिन हमें अपने मिलेट्स को ऐसे पॉपुलराइज करना है एज ए हेल्थ फूड्स, एज ए हेल्थ फूड्स, सो दैट वो हमारे दूसरे फूड्स का सब्स्टिट्यूट बढ़े और वो हेल्थ के लिए, और हम इसको हम करें. लेकिन इसके लिए हमें बहुत प्रोडक्शन के लिए इसमें कहाँ से आएगी प्रोडक्शन, कैसे इसको प्रोड्यूस करेंगे, वही है. अभी इसका डाटा नहीं मिल रहा है कि कहाँ कौन सी कैसे. हाँ, स्टेटों में जैसे हो रही है, जैसे सुगर सीरियल्स हैं, उनका पता चल जाता है. अहमदाबाद कितनी हो रही है, काफी डेवलपमेंट स्टेट्स काफी प्रोडक्शन हो रही है उसमें, हाई लेवल में प्रोडक्शन हो रही है उसमें है. लेकिन हमारे जो ये मिलेट्स मेजर माइनर मिलेट्स हैं, लेकिन इनका अभी बहुत कम प्रोडक्शन है. प्रोडक्शन को बढ़ाने की बहुत जरूरत है उसकी, और एक नीड बेस्ड होनी चाहिए. ये है मेरा कुछ पॉइंट्स इसमें. अगर आपके कोई पॉइंट्स हो प्लीज काइंडली उसको हम इसको डिस्कस करो. पता नहीं मैं प्रेजेंटेशन का डोंट नो कैसे आप इधर नहीं आए, बट स्लाइड्स जो मैंने दी है सभी के साथ शेयर कर लेना और सबको.
इट इज वेरी क्लियर and thank you very much. That information was really valuable, and I'm sure the student must have understood the importance of millet in our diet. And since last 1 or 2 years, now the awareness program is in such a direction that the importance of millet is now understood very clearly. Though in ancient days, say 30-40 years back, there was some importance of the millet, and in some certain part of the country we used to consider it as a staple diet for, especially for Rajasthan and Maharashtra, some regions. But now once it has become popular now, so we are trying to get rid from our refined diets, and this millet has taken a serious role in our diet. So with this, Dr. Dhaliwal has highlighted the importance and that the future, so that is a very initiative stage now for us to understand our nutritional requirement and importance in our day-to-day life and health concerns. So thank you, Dr. Dhaliwal.
Thank you.
So,
thanks for
any question is there, we'll take up after the end of the session. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your thoughts and invaluable contribution, which we truly appreciate your participation, sir. Thank you, sir. Another speaker is Dr. M.S. Meera, ma'am. She will join shortly.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I'm already here. Can you hear me?
Yes, Dr. Meera.
Yes.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody.
Yes, welcome, Dr. Meera.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Can I share my slides?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Dr. M.S. Meera, Chief Scientist and Head of the Department of Grain Science and Technology at CSI Central Food Technological Research Institute, has over 25 years of research experience in food science and technology. Her expertise lies in grain processing, grain microstructure, histochemistry, and product development. Her current research focuses on developing processing technologies to enhance the shelf life of milled products from sorghum, pearl millet, and other millets. Dr. Meera has also specialized in the isolation, characterization, and modification of starch from millets, exploring their relationship to end product characteristics. She is a member of Association of Food Scientists and Technologists and the Association of Microbiologists of India. Dr. Meera also guided PhD students pursuing their studies. She has published 58 research papers, has 4 international and national patents, and has developed and transferred 5 processes to the industry. I invited Dr. Meera ma'am to talk about her valuable contribution to the millets and share her thoughts. Dr. Meera ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am, for introducing me. I truly appreciate that. Sir, can you see the slides? Hello?
Yes, madam. It's visible. It's okay, madam. Please.
Okay, can I go ahead?
Yeah, please, madam. Please.
Here, good afternoon, everybody. I would like to share some of my experiences on millets, and few of the millets I would like to focus here. First, for a brief introduction, this millet, as you all know, is now gaining real importance because of the International Year of Millets. This gave us a real good platform to understand the nutritional and the health benefits of these millets. And this International Year of Millets also gave us a platform to promote these millets and gave us the market opportunities and also to study its health effects and also develop diversified millet-based products for consumers. However, although we had a National Year of Millets in 2018 and now the International Year of Millets, still they are not getting the importance required. Basically, for the following reasons, like the scientific studies to prove the health benefits are lacking, especially in the animal or the human models, and lack of standard product specifications, and also for the millets. If you go to the product specifications for the grains also is lacking for the minor millets. Specifications you find for bajra, finger and sorghum, but there are no specifications for the minor millets. And the shelf life issues. Although many products are developed, there are the shelf life because the flour they get rancid. The grain as such is you can store it, but once you size reduce it to semolina or flour, the rancidity sets in and it loses out in the market. So I would like to discuss about these points and also a few of the processing that we have undertaken in CFTRI. So as Dr. Dhaliwal has already pointed out the many benefits of these millets. India is the largest producer of millets, and all these millets are grouped together. And among the millets, India produces the largest pearl millet, and which is 40% of the world production. And when you see how it is consumed, that each one is consumed differently. Like sorghum is consumed in the flour, and some of the varieties are specifically there for popping and puffing. Pearl millet is usually flour, finger millet is flour, and little millet, and these are the other millets which we call it as a husk millet, which are usually polished and dehusked and polished to consume as rice. So if you see the structure, these grains also although grouped together, they differ in structurally. For example, if you take sorghum, baj and pearl millet, we call it the naked caryopsis. They do not have a husk. So here you need a processing machinery where you just need to either remove the bran or just powder it into flour and sieve the coarse bran and utilize it. Whereas the small millets, which is the foxtail, proso and others, they have a outer husk. So you need a two-stage processing machineries similar to paddy, where you have to shell it to remove the outer siliceous husk and then to polish the endosperm. So processing machinery required is different. Whereas when you see the finger millet, it is the utricle, where neither it has the bran or the pericarp, nor it has the husk. The seed coat is modified to protect the developing endosperm. So, although these grains are grouped together or millets, they need a separate processing machinery to process these grains. So, this needs to be first developed, the machineries to be developed so that we can process these millets. And when you see the structure of this grain, although they look the same, you have the outer pericarp, the inner alluron, and then you have the endosperm, that is the hard and the soft endosperm. And since this is a monocot, you have the scutellum which attaches the germ. So you here the germ and the alluron are the only living tissues wherein all your minerals, your enzymes, your everything is located in these two areas, whereas the endosperm is only the storage portion of the grain. So the first problem in these utilizing these millets is its shelf life. So when you see that when you are polishing it to a high extent, these small millets, when I remove the pericarp and polish it to a very high degree, some part of the germ is literally present there. Even if 30% of the germ is present there, the lipase activity in that germ starts to activate and then converts the fat into free fatty acids, and that's get converted to by oxidation to aldehydes and ketones, which gives you the bitter. The free fatty acid gives you the bitter taste, and the oxidative products gives you the off odor. So we need to develop processing technologies where hydrothermal can be used, where we need to inactivate the lipase, and so that it does not have a deleterious effect on the functional property. The functional property here I mean to say the starch. So this starch should not be modified to that extent. So you need to give a judicious amount of heat to just to inactivate the lipase, so that it prevents the fat breakdown, and you can arrest the free fatty acid. So you can see it is below 10%, and there is no be any formation of the oxidative products. So this one way we can inhibit the lipase activity, and you can market this flour similar to wheat, like a Pillsbury atta, where it can be stored for nearly 8 to 10 months. So this is one way. So whenever a product is developed from this millet or from the small minor millets, it has to be ensured that no rancidity is developed. So if rancidity has already developed in the flour, and if the flour is utilized to prepare the products, so that gets into the products, and then you get the off odor. So care must be taken. Even if you are not giving a hydrothermal treatment or inactivating the lipase, you have to ensure that the grain is powdered at least one day before you make a product. This will take care most of the rancidity issues. Or if you are keeping the flour, you have to inactivate the lipase. So by this we can also have grits, because this can harden the endosperm, and you can have an array of traditional products where you can also market it for low glycemic or for lesser digestible products and rich in iron and zinc. So the other thing is pearl millet is usually now this is the only grain where the standards are fixed for the iron and the zinc content. So that the iron content in ppms are already fixed. So when a variety is released, so that variety should have that much of iron and zinc content. So, but when you see this, the iron, the zinc, and your anti-nutrients or the inhibitory factors are co-located. So when I take a section of these grains, so this is the pearl millet grain and this is the finger millet grain rich in calcium, you can see that they are mostly in the germ and in the alluron layer. This is the stain for iron, this is stain for zinc, and these are the anti-nutrients, the polyphenols and the phytic acid. And one more thing is that iron and calcium never exist in the free form. They are always bound to either calcium oxalate or phytate. So they cannot exist in the free form. Even if the iron content or the calcium content is increased, the bioaccessibility of these minerals is hardly 15 to 30%. So you need to hydrolyze this phytic acid. So you can't remove it. IP6 can be hydrolyzed to IP3 or IP4 so that it cannot bind these minerals to such extent. And some part is you can polish it. Some of the processing I will try to discuss here. So this is one of the major drawbacks we need of the bio accessibility of these minerals. Also these when we say these are nutri cereals, we need to properly process it so that we can also improve the bioaccessibility or the viability of these minerals. So when we see pearl millet, you can see the variations in the size and the structure. So you need to process these grains. When we give a polish and try to see the effect of degree of polish on the iron and the zinc content. So initially at 2% degree of polish, only the outer pericarp is removed and the iron content is low. So part of the aileron is retained in the endosperm. You can see the higher iron content. And as you polish it, you can see that even at 4% there is some iron content here, and also as you process it further, it reduces in the endosperm and it increases in the bran, and most of the iron also is present in the germ. So by judicious milling, but when you see the bioaccessibility, again it depends on the amount of phytic acid. So in the 2% bran, although 2% of iron is there, but most of them is bioaccessible. So this again tells us the effect of phytic acid, polyphenols, and also the dietary fiber, which inhibits the bioaccessibility of these minerals. But the germ is always having a higher bioaccessibility because there it is mostly the soluble protein and not much of polyphenols or the dietary fiber is there. So this part has more of bioaccessibility. So this slide shows that we can fractionate the grain, we can help in identify the processing technologies to improve, to get a fraction which is rich in iron and zinc. So based on that, we try to fractionate these pearl millet fractions, and we also evaluated in the animal models by depleting the iron. And this is the native pearl millet fraction. This is the processed pearl millet fraction. You can see that the hemoglobin content increased in the depleted rat models. And these fractions can easily be processed, and you can have a beverage with better bioaccessible iron. So the other thing is, in this pearl millet also have these glycosyl flavones. These glycosyl flavones are responsible for the thyroid effect. So the people say that by consuming more, the thyroid enzyme is in a little bit affected. So you can see traditionally they usually soak it in tamarind extract or in alkaline conditions. So here we can easily soak it in a organic solvent, and then heat treatment to remove the glycosyl flavones, and then try to expand it, and you get a ready to eat expanded grain which can easily be incorporated into jaggery or something, and you can see the shape can be maintained, and the part of the germ is also retained, so part of the minerals can also be available. So next is the important aspect of these millets is the presence of this resistant starch which needs to be exploited. So when you see the glycemic index across the millets and compare it to wheat and rice, so they are low. So they say that this lower glycemic index is due to the presence of their complex starches, the dietary fiber, and other grain components. But the problem is the glycemic index or the resistant starch stability after processing also needs to be evaluated. So once you cook these grains, what is the status of those resistant starch, and what is the glycemic index in the cooked or processed products? That needs to be evaluated before we brand it as a low glycemic product or a grain. So some of the processing that we took up here was the infrared thermal treatment. This treatment was selected, although we did the microwave and steaming. This infrared thermal treatment was very unique way because it creates a rotational vibrations within the grain. And sorghum was chosen because it has the RS1 type of starch. Why? Because it has a very unique prolamin protein. Here, this is nothing but the kefirine, which we call, because depending on the storage protein, depending on the grain, it is called differently. Like in pearl millet, it is called penicetin. In maize, it is called zein. In sorghum, it is called the kefirine, which is 60% of the storage of the total protein content. But this is very unique because when you see sorghum has, as you cook, the protein content, the digestibility comes down. The total protein content, if the digestibility in the native grain is 60%, when you cook it in water, due to the hydrophobic bonds and the HH bonds, the digestibility drastically comes down to only 30% because this is due to the particular prolamine content. But this kefirine can be exploited to create increase the resistance starch by creating complex between the starch and the protein by using infrared. And here we have modified the grain, isolated the hard endosperm, and when you see that the resistant starch in that particular carneous endosperm was enhanced, and this can be a very good ingredient in products where you are targeting for obese or weight loss programs. And when we also see that there is a particular band that was developed here during dual modification or by the IR treatment, and when we saw the X-ray, there was a particular crystal formed here. So this we isolated the kefirine from the modified grain, and we tried to incorporate into a cornstarch, and it worked perfectly. Where it reduced the digestibility, and there was an enhanced resistant starch content with increase in addition of kefirine content. So here the functional in this isolation of a particular compound like the protein or the starch after modification can be used as a functional ingredient to target population and to and also to make these grains more popular by processing. So next is the Jobstier's grain, which has not been studied so far, and this is a very unique grain, which is mostly in the northeast part. This is called as Jobstier's because it looks like our tear gland. It is all. So this is one of the grain. It belongs to the maize family, and here this is grouped under the millets. But not much work has been done, which needs to be exploited, and this has a particular component called the coccinelloid, which needs to be exploited further, and this gives us a chance to propagate this grain also. So there was a lot of studies on this, and there was no way to get machinery to process these grains because this has got a very hard shell and a very smooth endosperm. And you can see they also call it as Chinese barley. This has got a very good soluble fiber, and the protein content is 13 to 14%. If we can develop processing technologies to process these grains, this can be a very popular millet also, which can be propagated further.
Dr.
And
Meera,
here, sir?
running short of time. So
Okay. I will run through, sir. Maybe this is the last slide. So here we can see that by processing we can improve the digestibility, also the functional properties, and this also had squalene and tocopherol, which can be exploited. And for the future or the way forward, we need to understand the mineral content, the starch quality, develop processing technologies so that can commercialize this millet grain as a functional ingredient, and so therefore a great scope exists for utilizing in alternate uses. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, madam.
Yes, sir.
Insight lecture on the millets as well as their nutritional and how the processing parameters can be optimized, and it is very good work has been done at your lab as well in your group. So I think we are already connected with one of the millet mission, and this is the very good output we are always seen from the CFTRA side, madam. So you have covered all the aspects starting from the raw pre-processing to final their properties, how they are affected with processing, and then final product can be the source of this millets with the different aspects. So I think, madam, you have go in very insight into the millets value addition and the nutrition profiling. I think hope our students in their hall, they have very good get good knowledge out of your lecture and your delivered talk. So we are very much thankful to you, madam, because you are getting time to online present these aspects, your study, your knowledge to our students here and to the gathering here. So thank you, madam, for your nice presentation. And now I can see if any have any question, can ask from the madam one question, if anyone has. Okay, if anyone can ask any question.
Question, please. Okay. no
Okay, I
question.
think no question.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir, for giving this opportunity. And
Thank
thank
you.
you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. So can I leave?
Yes, please.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your knowledge and valuable thought with us. We truly appreciate your participation. In continuation, now oral presentation will start, and our first speaker is Dr. Dhananjay Sharma, Department of Dietetics and Applied Nutrition, Amity Medical School, Amity University, Haryana.
Dhananjay.
Dr. Dhananjay, we have a very short time to try to wind up within 5 to 7 minutes.
Yes, definitely.
Thank you.
Very good afternoon to all the dignitaries present here, respected faculty member, research scholars, and the dear student. I, Dr. Dhananjay Sharma, Assistant Professor from Amity Medical School, Amity University, Haryana. Today I am going to present my title, Development of the Fiber and the Protein-Rich Millet-Based Healthy Nachos Prepared from the Barnyard Millet, a product analysis by the MHP and the Topsis method. So we already know that nowadays the millet, how it affects our body. Since the millet is the part of our diet since the past, so, but now since 2023, as the International Millet Day has been celebrated, now we are including the millets in our diet. So the millet is the small cereal grains of the grass family and resistant with a harsh environment, so that they can grow at any environment, and they have a very good health effect as they are containing the good amount of the prebiotics. These prebiotics generally helps in the development of the probiotics that may causes to good health effect to the body. Globally, it's a 26.5% of the millet that is consuming in the India, and all about the world, there is 83% of the millet that is delivering all over the India. We are talking about the health benefits of the millet. The millet has the various of the health benefits, like it also helps in the diabetic because it has a low glycemic index. It also helps in the constipation and some other gastrointestinal problems. If we are talking about the different types of the millet, there are the different types of the millets like sorghum, finger millet, pearl millet, coarser millet, kodu millet, foxtrot, barnyard, and the little millet. Now the barnyard millet, this is the family of composing the two types of the genus, that is Inculanta frumentaceae and the Inculanti esculenta. This has a very good amount of the protein, dietary fibers, and the other minerals like the magnesium, calcium, and the iron content. So that is why I have chosen this barnyard millet in my food product. Now we also know that the millet product containing the very good amount of the anti-nutritional factor that may causes the problem when we are eating as it is. So if we are applying a very good cooking method like the soaking, fermentation, sprouting, and the cooking, then we can reduce the anti-nutritional factor like the phytate, tannin, trypsin, and the other anti-nutritional factor. Now the aim of the objective is to develop a high protein, high fiber, millet-based barnyard millet nachos. Second objective is to assess the organoleptic evaluations of the product. And third objective is to just conduct the MHP and the Topsis method so that we can get the best from the variations. And the last one is the approximate analysis of the food product that is developed. Now the procurement, all the product has been procured from the local market, The standard of the food product that has been chosen is the Barnard millet, farmer price, and the dry pea isolates we have used is in the millet nachos preparation. This is what the nachos that we have prepared in our lab. This is what the processing method that we have applied. There are the three methods that we have applied for the millet nachos preparation. First is the processing of the Barnard millet. How this Barnard millet we have done? First soaked it, germinated it, and the malted form we have done. After that, we have used the powder form. Second one is the processing of the samar. We have soaked the samar, then we have just ground it into the paste form and then fermented it, and again dried it is in the air dryer. And third one is the pea isolate we have used. How these pea isolates generally used? So we have first soaked the pea and then just converted into the milk powder, and then we have rested so that the starch can be sedimented at the bottom, and then we have added the ascorbic acid in it, that is the lemon juices, so that the proper precipitation of the protein should be happen, and then we have just dried these protein isolates and we have used this protein isolate. We have also used the ficus religiosa fruit powder so that we can increase the content of the dietary fibers in the millet nachos. Now this is what the variation we have developed, the 5 variation, that is SN1, SN2, SN3, SN4, SN5, with the 3 variations in the pea protein isolates, germ fermented samar powder. Now here is what the sensory evaluation result we have found. We have seen that in the SN1, that is the sample number 1, is showing the overall acceptability of 8.12, that is a very good among all the variations of the sample. After that, the sensory evaluation, we have conducted the MAHP and the toxins method. What is AHP? That is the analytical heuristic process, so that we can get the good amount of the best the food product, and we have done the toxins method. Now this is what the toxins method we have done, that is summation of the access to Rij, and the Rij value has been calculated so that we can get the good rank value. This is what the V positive and the V negative, this is the ideal positive and the ideal solution that we have got from the best ranking product. In this we can see that the rank for SN1 is the 1, that means out of the 5 sample, that is SN1, SN2, SN3, SN4, SN5, we have got the ranking for the as based according to the topsis is the sample number 1 is the best. Now after that, the topsis we have done the hierarchical structure. This is what the hierarchical structure that we have found for the sample 1 based on the appearance, taste, color, flavor, texture, and overall acceptability. After that, we have done the nutritional and the proximate analysis of the best sample that we have got for that and 1. Now we can say that the nutritive value or the result of the food product developed is containing very good amount of the nachos, that is the energy of the 395 kilocalorie, carbs 65.35, protein is quite high, that is 21.65 gram out of 100, dietary fiber is a 14.48. This is just because of the protein isolates and the ficus religiosa fruit powder that we have used in our millet nachos. Now the discussion, we can say that in the SN1, that is the clearly seen that the pea protein containing 25, Banya 25 gram and samar fermented rice is 25 gram is the best among all the 5 samples. The result indicate that our invention of the high protein and high fiber. In view of the finding obtained by the current research, it could be concluded that this developed millet nachos will have a good effect over the obese diabetic person and all of those who are the health conscious. So it is also low in the cost and the unique feature that allow to solve the obesity related problems and also for the poor sectors of the society. So a healthy, nutritious millet-based nachos has been developed without adding any oil and any food chemicals. We have just baked it is in the OTG at the 80 to 100 degrees C for 1 hour so that we can get the very good texture of the nachos. This is what the difference is, and I acknowledge I would like to express my sincere gratitude to my guide Dr. Lakshita Sharma ma'am for their invaluable guidance and support throughout the completion of this research. To Amity University Gurugram for providing the labs and the equipment to support us in the research process. This is what. Thank you. If you have any questions, you may ask.
Dhananjay Sharma ji, एक question है मेरे
Yes, sir.
आपके लिए.
Yes, sir.
You have chosen Barnard
Millet.
and you have final content is 25%.
Yes.
Product.
Yes, sir.
So have you any other market product or control whatever you are using to compare this your product with a market product or maybe without Barnard?
No, sir. We have used only the 5 edition sample that we have developed in our lab.
But that is okay. But if you are suggesting that this product is very healthier, which is very good for
yes, sir. For that we have just compared it from the market available nachos because lots of the nachos the present is in the market.
But that comparison data is not with
It's
you.
not there, sir. But we have done and
Okay, you have done that.
yes.
So, Daddy, if you can reflect this part, then your study will be very good actually.
Okay, sir.
Yeah?
Yes, sir, we have in the lab we have been found this
You
food.
add it in your study as well.
Yes.
Huh?
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Dr. Miss Kajal Sharma, Miss Kajal Dhama, Department of Dietetics and Applied Nutrition, Amity Medical School, Amity University, Haryana. इसी में है mention. हाँ जी.
Miss Kajal,
Yes.
try to finish in 5 minutes.
Okay, sir. Good afternoon, one and all present here. So today I'll be presenting my PPT on development of fiber and protein-rich millet-based healthy papad prepared from pearl millet, a product analysis by MAPH and Topsys. So first I'll introduce this study was done to develop the food product by using banana pseudo stem, which is a underutilized stem of banana plant, with pearl millet, gram flour, tomato powder, onion powder, and mint extract with other ingredients to make the product little spicy. So mint millet papads were prepared, which can control the cravings for eating unhealthy and fried snacks, which are available in the market. So pearl millet is basically the third most widely grown crop in India after wheat and rice. It's considered highly nutritious crop that contains high amount of carbs, protein, fats, vitamins, and minerals. Apart from that, it is also gluten-free millet that can be given to patients who has celiac disease, constipation, and it is also helpful in weight reduction and controlling blood sugar levels. Banana pseudostem, which is commonly known as full stem of banana plant, is basically the elongated or aggregated stalk of the leaf in a cylindrical form that is considered to be rich in fiber, along with other total carbohydrates and cellulose. It is treated as waste as it is used in the paper and pulp industry, as it contains a high amount of cellulose. Its central core is used in various South Indian cuisines. Its juice is also consumed in fresh forms that helps to prevent kidney stones, and it is rich source of fiber as well that helps in weight reduction and good for obesity and diabetic patients. Mint is also used in making the product. So aims and objectives of the products are: this product is to develop the nutritionally adequate food product from available food sources loaded with carbs, protein, fats, fibers, and energy, and to study its organoleptic properties of the food product by developing 5 variations of the product, and then to calculate the dietary fiber of the food product by calculating calories, proteins, fats, and fiber. After that, to rank the developed sample using various statistical methods like mean and standard deviations and Topsys. So these are the amounts of ingredients which are used to make the product. Materials and methods: all the ingredients were brought from local markets of Delhi. During the purchase, all the items were selected for high quality and in sufficient quantity in order to make 5 different samples. Weighing of each raw material was done separately according to the individual sample requirements. So this is the process of making the banana pseudo stem powder. Then after that, papad was prepared by adding all the ingredients together, and then we make the dough. After that, we rest it for 10 minutes, then make small balls of the dough with rolling board and rolling pin to give the shape of the papad. Then we put it in the wave oven for 10 minutes at 180 degrees Celsius, and then papads were ready. So sensory evaluation was done for 5 different samples, which were prepared by using pearl millet, gram flour, and banana pseudostem in combination. And then a 9-scale hedonic test was used to test the sensory properties of the developed product. For each variable, 15 hedonic tests were performed by a panel of judges. Each member of the panel was presented with 5 variants and told to evaluate the samples based on various characteristics such as shape, size, texture, color of the product. Then sensory results are also there. After that, after sensory evaluation was conducted, the samples were analyzed statistically using their mean and standard deviations. MAPH is done that helps to identify the best products from the list of which in different options are available. For the ranking procedure, a pair-wise comparison scale was used. Technique for order of preference by similarity to ideal solution, which is TOPS, is also used to identify from the various sets of options, as it is a multi-criteria decision-making technique. These are the results of TOPSIS. And this is the hierarchical structure of millet papad. Then the results. So sample A is the mostly preferred one with high scale of overall acceptability 8.2, followed by other samples. The results of MAPH of the consistency index value was found to be 0.05, and the consistency ratio was 0.035. A consistency ratio of less than 0.1 is also acceptable. This product contains 9.9 gram of protein and 12.2.5 grams of dietary fiber. And this product is made without adding any oil, and it is also baked. So these are the results of the nutritional content per 100 gram. Conclusion. So the main aim of the product was to develop the product that is good source of nutrients and to evaluate its organoleptic values through 9-point hedonic test. The main focus of developing this product was on current health issues which are prevailing in our society. A ready-to-eat nutritious snack is developed, and it has high fiber. It is also baked instead of fried. And a natural millet-based nutraceutical with added mint extract was developed. The fiber extract from banana pseudostem was also used to increase the dietary content of the product. This product can be taken while snacking with beverages and main course meals. The papad can be consumed by people of any age and gender because it is nutrient dense and can help to maintain a good health. Lastly, I would like to acknowledge my guide, Dr. Lakshita Sharma, for her invaluable guidance and support throughout the completion of this research, and to Amity University, Gurugram, for providing the lab and equipment to support us in the research process. Thank you.
I have some observation.
Yes, sir.
You did in microwave.
Yes.
What you did in microwave?
Sir,
Drying or cooking?
Sir, I baked the papad in microwave.
Microwave, baked.
Yeah.
But you have shown the temperature 180 degrees centigrade.
Yes, sir.
I don't understand the microwave gives any temperature.
Sir, actually, I baked it in oven.
Then why
dyed
you mention
it.
microwave? That is my question.
Yeah, I baked it in
No,
oven.
that
Yeah.
is not acceptable.
I'll change it,
Such
sir.
mistake is not acceptable.
Okay, I'll change it,
There
sir.
is a lot of difference between baking, cooking, microwaving, dehydration. These
Yes,
are the
sir.
basic things.
Yes, sir.
Second
I write
thing,
it by mistake.
Just I want to know how you made the powder from pseudostem.
Sir, I have shown the process
Could
already,
you get
but
that
I
dry
can't.
powder?
Yeah, sir, but I can't disclose it because I already filed a patent for the same product. That's why I
No,
didn't.
I'm just asking basic how you made it soluble. That fiber is so fibrous, it is very difficult to make a powder out of it.
So that is our invention.
Yes.
We made it like
No,
it is
see,
like.
you have to give the basic scientific reason. How you
Okay.
made it soluble? Enzymatic or heat treatment or some solubilization?
So heat treatment was there.
With heat treatment,
Yeah.
it is never hydrolyzed. As my experience, I worked a lot on this. That's why if you have done, it is a wonder.
Yeah. Sir, but I have done it, and we also filed the patent.
Sir, its solubility is 20% actually, but we used it in very small quantity, banana pseudostem powder. Yeah. Yes, sir, as a whole pseudostem. Yes, sir, that's a yeah.
Only pulp industry they are using it.
Yeah.
That technology also we followed.
But sir, there are other products also available in the market which are made from banana pseudostem powder.
No, it is there.
Yeah.
If you have used enzyme, I can understand. Yes, enzymatic hydrolysis is possible, but that changes the total profile of your crop. Anyway.
Yeah.
So, if you have succeeded in this, it is a very good work. But and another thing, my observation that the analytical report you have presented in text form.
Yes, sir.
That should be included.
Okay, sir. I'll keep that in mind. Next time. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Kajal Dhamma. Now I invite Ms. Ekta Rattanwar, Department of Nutrition and Dietetics, School of Allied Health Sciences, Manav Rachna International Institute of Research and Studies, Faridabad, Haryana.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ekta Kanwar. I'm a PhD scholar at Manav Rachna International Institute of Research and Studies. The topic of my research is effect of finger millet diet on appetite-regulating hormones in athletes and non-athletes, a randomized control trial. As we all know that finger millet is rich in iron, magnesium, high fiber, antioxidants, and polyphenols, and most importantly, dietary fiber. Dietary fiber, upon fermentation in gut, boosts gut microbiota population and produces short-chain fatty acids, which helps in delaying the gastric emptying, regulating the satiety, hunger perception, appetite hormones, and stress response through gut-brain axis by hypothalamic pituitary adrenal axis. Therefore, this study is first such study to evaluate the effect of 60 days of finger millet diet on appetite hormones in athletes and non-athletes and offers a great scope for future researches in this research area. For this study, after analyzing the minimum sample size from GPR tool and inclusion of 20% of dropout rate, 60 samples were finalized, and among the 60 samples, 30 were athletes and 30 were non-athletes. And then the baseline data collection through biochemical parameters were taken for the analysis of leptin, insulin, ghrelin, and cortisol hormones. These blood samples were taken thrice, first at the fasting level, and then after 2 hours, and then 3 hours after consumption of meal. And then the groups were further divided into experimental and control groups. The experimental groups were given 60 days of finger millet diet, and control groups were continuing their regular diet. After that, in the end line, again the blood samples were collected at the same 3 time points for the leptin, insulin, ghrelin, and cortisol hormones. FPSS version 28.0 was used for the statistical analysis, and the results showed that at 180 minutes, significant reduction in control group of athletes. It shows that the declining towards a significant trend in control group of non-athletes. Basically, a significant reduction in at 180 minutes, a significant reduction in control group showed that they were feeling less satiated and more hungrier as compared to the experimental groups. No significant change in experimental groups indicated that their satiety levels were stabilized even after at 180 minutes post consuming the finger millet diet. In terms of ghrelin, we observed that the fasting ghrelin levels of athletes significantly reduced and maintained leptin levels, and reduced ghrelin levels in experimental groups might indicate towards satiety and slow release of glucose post finger millet diet due to delayed gastric emptying rate. Reduced leptin and ghrelin levels in control groups might indicate that as the participants were hungry, fat mobilization might have taken place due to gluconeogenesis that led to possibility availability of glucose at 180 minutes. In terms of insulin levels, the fasting insulin levels significantly reduced an experimental group of non-athletes, which shows that it might have improved glucose metabolism, insulin sensitivity, and insulin response in non-athletes. Therefore, in experimental groups at 180 minutes, no significant change in insulin with maintained leptin and reduced ghrelin levels indicate that the regulation of insulin was there. And even after 3 hours of consuming the finger millet diet, satiety was stabilized. In terms of cortisol, we observed that in athletes, no significant change was observed, but in non-athletes, a significant reduction was observed, which indicated that they were feeling they were under a high stress as compared to the experimental groups, and maybe due to hunger and irrespective of the diet they consumed. In conclusion, I would like to say that this study is first a study that explores the impact of millet on appetite hormones and especially on the athletic population. Finger millet helps in maintaining leptin levels at 180 minutes, decreasing the fasting ghrelin and hunger levels in athletes, and decreasing fasting insulin level in non-athletes, which signals towards improved hormonal regulation of appetite and satiety in experimental groups. Integrating a finger millet diet with regular exercise and physical activity could potentially have a substantial impact on lowering the ghrelin levels and hunger, especially in athletic population. Finger millet diet might have improved glucose metabolism and insulin response in non-athletes also. The bioactive compounds in finger millet, such as dietary fibers and polyphenols, have modulated the gut microbiota, which in turn improve insulin sensitivity and reduce systemic inflammation. Therefore, the inclusion of finger millet in the dietary regime might yield positive effects in the hormonal regulation among athletes. It is worth noting that we did not provide any kind of dietary intervention or any lifestyle modification we made, and then also we could obtain these results. So therefore, incorporating dietary modification, lifestyle modification, along with prolonged study durations, inclusion of other genders also, and increasing the amount of millet in the diet, we could obtain much more comprehensive, gender inclusive results for better research in this research area. Therefore, this study highlights the importance of undervalued foods like millets in maintaining and improving the well-being. Further research in this area is very essential to explore the impact of millets on other genders and other hormonal profiles as well. In the end, I would like to thank Manavashna University for helping us in assisting in carrying out this research, and funding agency IIMR, Ministry of Agriculture and Government of India for financially helping out to carry out this research. Thank you so much.
प्लीज पहले उनका किसी का सवाल है, क्वेश्चन है तो पूछिए. हाँ प्लीज. F2.
Ma'am, 18 to 24 age was the criteria. Ji, ma'am.
And you observed the phenomenal diet.
Yes, ma'am.
But was it only the phenomenal diet? Because the diet.
Ma'am, actually we replaced the 1/3 of food intake, cereal intake, especially the wheat intake, with 100 grams of finger millet diet. We calculated the average cereal intake in the diet among the participants, and then we took the 1/3, which was 100 grams, and we provided it for 60 days to the participants of the experimental group.
और किसी का क्वेश्चन है प्लीज?
Yes, sir.
हाँ प्लीज.
Good afternoon, Ekta. It was very wonderful presentation, but I have 4 questions related to this. First one is the ethical consideration.
Yes,
That from where?
we
from
took the
where?
ethical condition, ethical approval from the Manavashna Ethical Institute, and this is a clinical trial, so we have registered it also.
Okay. And second is the which form of the millet product that you have already said that you have used in the 1/3 of this.
Proper millet recipes which are approved by IIMR recipe, they have their own recipes. So we, as the studies in the collaboration with IIMR also, so we have included all the IIMR based recipes, and we made it in the nutrition lab of our university, and proper proper meal we provided to the participants for 60 days.
And there was experimental in the control group.
Yes, of course.
So what was the criteria of that experimental in the control group?
So basically, for the experimental and control group, they were randomized distribution. Based on the inclusion and exclusion criteria, the participants were finalized. And as it is a randomized control trial, the participants were randomly distributed into experimental and control groups to avoid the co-founding factor and to have a more comprehensive effect of the millet in their diet.
And is there were any exclusion criteria that how
Of
did
course,
you
the exclusion criteria was no consumption of alcohol, drugs, medication, or previous intake of millets, because that might interfere with the final results also. And smoking, and in terms of athletes, no latest injuries should be there that might hamper their performance.
And how did you understand ki whatever the diet he or she is taking is directly impacting on the ghrelin, lean, and these things? Because the patient is also taking some other kind of the diet also. There would be the effect of that also. Then how could
Absolutely. That's why we took 3 days dietary recall, and proper examination of the interviews were taken. 3 days dietary recall was done. Then only we finalized that okay, this is their diet, and based on this we finalized their serial intake, and then we divided into how much we have to provide it to the participants.
But when you have taken this study for the 60 days, then in these duration, we lots of the thing that we can skip and these things, and we also give the false information there
We
also.
just wanted to analyze the effect of just the diet without making any modification. That is what we wanted to show, that without even making any modification, we could achieve these results. So if we make better modification, include physical activity in the diet and lifestyle modification, much more comprehensive results can be obtained.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next speaker is Dr. Sneha Goswami, Senior Scientist at Division of Biochemistry, ICR, IAI in New Delhi.
सर 4 स्पीकर और 2 सेशन के 6 हाँ और फिर 2 जजेस अभी 2 जजेस भी नहीं ऐसा नहीं होगा ना कि एक सेशन में 1 सेशन में सेशन चेयर कोई करना चाहिए
मेल बढ़ा आ गए
इसको बंद कर इसको क्लोज कर मिनिमाइज भी कर इसको बंद कर
Continue with this. Continue with this without steering wheel. Yes.
Yeah. Ms. Suneha, you have 5 minutes.
Oh, sure, I will try. So, respected dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, faculties, students, a very warm good afternoon to all of you. So, I am going to present on technology developed to enhance the shelf life of palm millet plant. So, little introduction about the palm millet. As we all know, we call it nutri-cereal or Sri Anna or God's grain because of its nutritional excellence, as it has a very high quality protein with balanced amino acid profile, including lysine and methionine in balanced and optimum ratio. Beside this, it has a lipid content varied from 3 to 7% in different genotypes. And then it has polyphenol, good quantity. So again, it has antioxidant potential, and it also helps to scavenge the free radicals. So helpful in protecting us from cancer and arthritis-like diseases. Then it is the variety palm millet genotypes which are commercially available, all are biofortified for iron and zinc. So it is rich in two most essential micronutrient, iron and zinc. Then it has good quantity of dietary fiber. So this is all about its nutritional excellence, why we call it nutri-cereal. But beside this, this is the crop which is climate resilient. Means it is a drought tolerant crop. It is a rain-fed crop. It required very less amount of water, from 250 to 350 mm of water is enough. Then no extra irrigation is required. It can tolerate temperature up to 42 degrees. So nowadays global warming is a major issue. So this might be a solution for the future crop. Beside this, very few diseases are known. So very less spray of insecticide, pesticide is required. This crop can grow even under low fertile conditions. So no extra fertilizer is required. So this way we can say that palm millet is the crop which is good for the planet, as it put very less effort on the planet itself. It is good for the farmers because it required very low input cost, and it can be used as feed, food, fodder, then in dairy industry and in biofuel industry. And it is good on consumption point of view because of its nutritional excellence property, and its high nutrition profile. So always it is good. It's still it is not that much popular earlier, until we do not celebrate international and national year of millet. So it was not that much popular because it had some limitations. The major limitation is its shelf life. As the per millet flour, we cannot store more than 7 to 10 days during winter, and 3 to 4 days during summer. This is the major issues or challenge which it has, and due to which people do not prefer to take it. So, working on that, being a biochemist, so we worked on the mechanism why the flour get rancid. While its grain we can store up to 1 year or 2 year, grain is okay, but once we milled it into the flour, so flour we cannot store more than 7 to 10 days. So what is the biochemistry behind it? What actually happened there? So if you see the structure of this palm millet grain, so its outer aileron layer, it has an enzyme lipase. And palm millet lipase enzyme activity is very high if we compare it with the other cereals lipase activity. So palm millet lipase activity is very high. Besides this, as I told, it is the crop having lipid content varies from 3 to 7%. So lipid content is high, and lipase, its substrate is lipid. So lipase hydrolyze this lipid into free fatty acid. Then there is another enzyme, lipoxygenase. So that lipoxygenase convert free fatty acid into hydroperoxide, which is primary oxidation product. And further, it undergoes to secondary oxidation product and converted into aldehyde and ketone. And this aldehyde and ketone formation is the major thing which provide bitterness to the flour, and the flour gets rancid. So working on that direction, we have developed, after a lot of experiment and all, finally we have developed a technology of hydrothermal near infrared treatment, through which we change the matrix of the flour so that it modulate the structure and functional properties of the starch and protein, and inactivate the enzymes activity which actually cause the rancidity in the flour. So in this technology, what we have done, first soak the grain into the water for 2 hours at room temperature, then coarse grind it to the size of 2.5 micrometer, and then we have given the hydrothermal treatment at 100 degree for 5 minutes, and after that, for quick drying, we used infrared rays at 40 degree for 5 minutes, so that because of the heating effect and penetrating effect of that infrared, the that coarse grain becomes dried quickly, and after complete drying, then milled into the fine powder. So after that, when we analyze the activity of all the rancidity causing parameters like lipase activity, lipoxygenase, polyphenol oxidase, peroxidase, then acid value, peroxide value, and of course the last final secondary oxidation product in terms of malondialdehyde content. So as you can see, the lipase activity was arrested up to 48%, lipoxygenase up to 85%, for peroxidase activity up to 98%, and polyphenol oxidase activity up to 100% arrested. After that, we have estimated the free fatty acid content and the hydroperoxide primary oxidation and secondary oxidation product in terms of malondialdehyde content at different time interval of fresh flour, then 10 days, 20 days, 30, 60, 90. So up to 90 days, you can see the free fatty acid content was minimized up to 68%, peroxidase up to 66%, and secondary oxidation product also its content was very, very less. Up to even up to 90 days, there is no formation of secondary oxidation product. It is in nanomole and very less amount, less than 0.3. Then, so earlier we did it in one variety, then we selected around 11 genotypes, and in all, so both the graphs, so first one is the control and second one is after treatment. So you can see the difference in the value of all these rancidity parameters. It is quite less, even after 90 days in all the genotypes after giving this treatment. So this way we had successfully enhanced the shelf life of palm millet flour up to 90 days. We have checked. And then we have signed, IRI signed MOU with a private company, AgroG Organics Private Limited. So it is Pune-based company. So they have signed MOU for this technology. And and some other person who has taken sample from us, and he sent that sample to some private company for his satisfaction. So they had given a certificate of 60 days. Even up to 60 days, there is no rancidity at all. And this certificate was given by somebody else. We don't know who is that. And they were given after testing our samples. Even after 6 months, there is no rancidity at all in the palm millet flour. So successfully, we enhanced the shelf life of palm millet flour up to 6 months. And now we are testing it for 1 year. So sample is under testing that. So these are some of the publications out of all my work. One book, then 2 monographs, various technical bulletins, then 1 recipe book, and of course the research paper in high impact. So I would like to acknowledge our collaborators, Dr. Sitara Satyavati, Director IIMR, my former head, Dr. Shaili Praveen, and my colleagues, Dr. Vinutha, Dr. Ara Kumar, Dr. SP Singh, my student SRF, and of course the funding agency ICR in the niche area of excellence and NSF. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. It's really a very hot food product. As a flour, if I take, see, still we remember that this problem is there in this palm millet flour, and similar kind problem is there in our gram flour, chane ki dal ko besan. There also the similar kind of problem is there. If infrared controls this rancidity,
Sir, not infrared. Infrared we will push for the drying purpose.
drying purpose.
But steaming and after giving hydrothermal treatment, steaming
Hydrothermal.
it arrests the enzyme.
Yeah. So that is the critical point.
Yes.
That way that you could be able to control it.
Yes.
Yeah, definitely industry is going to a very boost to the industry. If it succeeds to store the flour for 3 to 4
Yeah.
months, definitely it is and it is a need of the industry. As we say that the millets are not useful because of these reasons. So the basic selling point reason, palatability, now people have understood. Either you sacrifice your palatability or you go with your health. So people are tuning to more about their health. Okay, टेस्ट के अंदर थोड़ा और कुछ इधर उधर से डाल देंगे तो टेस्ट हो जाएगा. But so if you could solve this problem at a commercial level, yeah, it is there already in the market. I don't know, they have not disclosed anything. That flour is also stable for 2 to 3 months.
2 to 3 months they are,
I don't know what they are doing.
but they are not disclosing. But
They are
with this method, we have checked that 6-month certificate was given by somebody else. We have tested only for 3 months. That was the
Shelf life
success
is
story
3
that
months.
somebody else has given.
I personally have used this one flour of some brands
Yeah.
from the market. They declare it means use up to this month. So and really it works.
Yeah.
That whatever they have claimed, it is the true. So it is already there.
Mhm.
This one, but it doesn't mean that we should stop the working.
Yeah.
As a science, okay, they must be using some technique, and now you have developed another technique. So it is a very good part of the. See, this is the consumer-oriented research we taught, and that is converted into commercial activity. किसने सोचा था कि आटा 1 किलो का पैकेट मिलेगा मार्केट में? Go back to your 30 years back story about the food science and technology. When घर में कितना 20 किलो आटा एक साथ पिसवा लिया, बड़ा हुआ है वो. और अभी तो 1-1 किलो क्या 200 ग्राम का आटा का पैकेट चाहिए वो भी मिलेगा. It's see, milling, it's not a simple job for to feed the country. आटा पहले चक्की पे पिसाते थे, that was a very simple job. But when you go for commercialization of the thing, where you have to feed the country, even wheat flour making is a high-tech technology. High-tech technology. Everybody cannot make wheat flour because you have to protect that starch there, and you have to get that property, the rheological property or functional property of yours. जो गेहूं से natural है, that should not be affected. So it involves a big science, and food technology have the role in that. Total role of this biochemistry or microbiology. Or, see, food technology, I always say that it is a mixture of 3-4 subjects. Nutrition also has its role, biotechnology also has role, microbiology also has role, chemistry also has role, biochemistry also has role, and ultimately, if you combine this, it comes under the food technology. Wonderful work.
Thank you. Thank you.
I appreciate this type of the works. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I requested Dr. B.K. Modi sir to kindly felicitate Dr. Mahesh Gupta sir with a shawl and moment. Thank you, sir. Now I cordially invited Dr. Gautami ma'am for vote of thanks. Very good noon to all esteemed guests, dignitaries and delegates. I am Dr. Gautami Shivaswamy from AHSR, Amity University. And on behalf of Amity University, I find this myself privileged to propose the vote of thanks for this enlightening and inspiring event. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Amity University for hosting this remarkable gathering. My deepest thanks to our Honorable Founder President Sir, Dr. Ashok Chauhan, our Honorable Chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan Sir, and Honorable VC Madam, Dr. Balvinder Shukla, for their exceptional leadership and commitment to excellence. I am also sincerely grateful to President of Amity Science, Technology and Innovation Foundation, Dr. Selvamurthy Sir, for his constant guidance, and to DG of Amity Food and Agriculture Foundation, Dr. Nutan Kaushik ma'am, for their tireless efforts and meticulous planning that ensure the success of this event. And to Dr. V.K. Modi sir, Head of Amity Institute of Food Technology, for organizing this session on millets for nutrition and nutraceuticals. I would also like to express profound appreciation to our esteemed chair of the session, Dr. Mahesh Gupta sir, Senior Principal Scientist, IHBT Palampur, for smooth conduction of session with his invaluable guidance throughout. And our esteemed speakers, Dr. Y.S. Dhaliwal, Professor cum Dean at CSK Himachal Pradesh Krishi Vishwavidyalay, Palampur, for his invaluable thoughts on millets and their role in human health, their global importance, and how they help in achieving one of SDGs like zero hunger. And our second eminent speaker, Dr. M.S. Meera Madam, Chief Scientist at CFTRI, Mysore, for her graceful insights on different types of millets, its structure, and on her groundbreaking research in millet processing and technology innovations. A special note of gratitude for all our participants for their talks on various health benefits of various millets and products prepared out of them, and also our audience whose enthusiasm and active engagement have been the cornerstone of this event's success. Thank you all for being such an integral part of this event, and I hope you live with new knowledge, meaningful connections, and fresh inspiration to take forward in your respective endeavors. Wishing you all the very best, and thank you once again. Have a great time. Jai Hind, Jai Kisan. Please note, lunch is arranged for all dignitaries and speakers, so kindly join us.
Of High International Conference, Millet Fusion 2025, organized by Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, Noida. First of all, I would like to thank our Honorable Founder President Sir, Dr. Ashok Chauhan, Honorable Chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan Sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor Madam, Professor Balwinder Shukla, to provide us this wonderful platform to organize this event. Thank you, sir and ma'am, for being a mentor and source of inspiration and strength. Under your consistent guidance, we have been able to represent our institution at national and international level. Further, I extend my sincere thanks to President and Director General, Amity Science, Technology and Innovation Foundation and Amity Directorate of Science and Innovation, Dr. W. Silva Murthy, sir, and Director General, Food and Agriculture Foundation and Director of Amity Institute of Horticulture Studies and Research, Dr. Nutan Kaushik ma'am, also the chair of this event, and for being the backbone of this international conference. Now I'm grateful to the chair of this session, Dr. Kapila Shekhawat ma'am, Principal Scientist, Indian Agriculture Research Institute, New Delhi, for sharing her most valuable time for this conference. Further, I extend my gratitude to Dr. Manoj Sharma, Associate Professor at School of Biotechnology, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi, Dr. Anmol Solanke, Sir, Principal Scientist, IRI, New Delhi, and Dr. Sunil S. Grande, Scientist, ICRISAT, Hyderabad, for accepting our invitation to be the part of our conference and to share their thought, knowledge, future remarks of this very specialized and timely topic, that is millet fusion. Thank you, sir, for giving us your time. I'm very excited to listen your wise wisdom, and I hope our participants will definitely learn a lot from your lectures. Once again, I welcome all the delegates, guest participants, and attendees. I hope that all the participants will utilize this opportunity and will interact with the esteemed guest as well as with the faculty of institution. I wish participants will have a great experience and will attain good knowledge. Now, I would like to hand over this session to our Honorable Chair, Dr. Kapila Shekhawat ma'am, to further proceedings. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Dr. Durgesh, for that wonderful introduction and start of the session. We had a wonderful session before the lunch, and I'm sure we are all here for an equally exciting post-lunch session also. The only condition is you cannot sleep in the session, right? I have a sharp eyes and I'll see the students specially. So with that, thank you very much. For this session, we have 3 invited talks and we have 2 oral presentations also. So the time allotted for this session is 40 minutes. So that is now my responsibility to restrict every speaker to the allotted time. So with that, the first speaker is Mr. Dr. Manoj. He's here. He'll be joining shortly. So meanwhile, you can invite Dr. Amol. So without further ado, I invite Dr. Amol Kumar Solanke. He is a principal scientist at IRI, and he is my colleague. I am pleased to have him here, and I'm sure it will be a exciting talk. So I request each one of you to kindly pay attention, and over to you, Dr. Sab. So your allotted time is 15 minutes. I'll give a beep at 14 minutes. So after that, you'll have to summarize in 1 minute. So over to you. Thank you.
Respected chair and other dignitaries who are present in this auditorium. Okay. So I know this is a post-meal session, but still I will try to justify my work, and I will allow you to be wake up. Okay. So here title of my talk is Genetic and Genomics of Finger Millet for Climate Resilient Agriculture. So this is basically I am going straight forward in this topic rather than giving introduction about millet here and all these things. Okay. So in this case we know that there are many millets and these are crop of antiquity. It means from long we will say from long duration or from long so many eras we are taking this particular food, and this is suitable for dryland agriculture. This is very important, and most important thing is it is nutritionally very rich. So if we talk about its nutrition, so it is almost at par with some things like protein, fiber or minerals with this rice and wheat, but sometimes these are even better than these things, like we will say in pearl millet or especially in barnyard millet, very rich iron content is there. Or if you talk about calcium, in finger millet there is very high amount of calcium, and that high amount means it is almost 10 times to all other millets or other cereal crops. Here I am giving this data of consumption, in which India is top in consumption as well as in production of these particular millets. But from last so many decades, if we see from 61 to 2009, there is complete decline in the use of millets, and our food habits get saturated towards very few number of foods, and it is not only our choices get changed, its production is also get declined. So in India, although these crops are in very small pockets, but these are grown across India, and that is good for its, we will say, more cultivation. So since it is in different states, even we can able to increase its area. And if we talk about its germplasm, it is very rich. Our India is very rich about germplasm, like 7,000 accessions of finger millet are there, around 2,500 accessions of oxtail millet, or 1,500 accessions of kodo millet, or again 1,000 accessions of barnyard millet. So which means if we talk about this, so we have large number of accessions to utilize it for better nutrition or to use this crop for climate resilience. So here my talk is specifically on finger millet. So I will talk about this. So when we talk about finger millet, it is Eleusine corecana, and this is C4 plant. It has genome size of 1.6 GB with two type of genomes, and it is allotetraploid. That is AABB genome is there, and it is, we have seen, it is nutritionally enriched, and because of its high calcium content, actually I diverted my research on this particular crop. Why there is maximum calcium, and although in this talk I am not going to talk about that. In this talk I am going to talk about the genes which we have isolated for calcium, for we will say drought and heat tolerance. So again, if we see this particular, I think before this I have this saw this slide 2-3 times. Everyone is telling it required just 350 mm water as compared to, we will say, rice or sugar cane. So there are, I don't know whether you are able to see, but there are properties like antioxidant or antimicrobial property or anti-ulcerative property, or it has healing property, it has low glycemic index. So there are so many health related attributes of this one, and if you go to market, its, we will say, price of any millet product is very high as compared to rice or wheat products. So there are 5 wild species along with Eleusine corecana, and in 2017, first time the genome has been sequenced for this particular crop, that is finger millet. But from 2017, now it is 8 years, still it is in draft stage. Draft stage means when you see any genome, if every nucleotide is assigned, we call it as a gold standard. And if it is simply sequenced and put it into database, we call it as a draft sequence. So it is still in draft sequence. So there are almost 85,000 genes, and when you compare, 18,000 genes are unique to finger millet. So which means why this particular crop can grow anywhere in any, we will say, region, in any environmental condition. So probably these specific genes can answer for this question. So when we have started working under NICRA project, so that was very big project of ICR, in which we need to identify some varieties and give it to farmers so that they can grow it into climate resilient conditions. So we try to identify genes for thermotolerance, and we compare it ragi with such a very sensitive plant like wheat for heat stress, and very tolerant plant like cotton. And we have seen that this is even better than cotton, because in cotton almost at 42 degree cotton can flower. So this particular crop is even better than that. We have seen germination, and we have seen that although 37 is optimal temperature for its germination, it can grow at 42 degree. Then we have identified lines for drought as well as heat, and then after identifying contrasting line, especially in case of molecular biology, you always require contrasting line to identify genes for that particular trait. So in this case, we did subtractive cDNA library using this particular line, and we identified upregulated and downregulated genes. And then these are the genes which are particularly, if I talk about this, we try to separate it into two, that is early, we will say, expressing genes and late expressing genes, so that we can identify genes which can control at the early stage. and finally which can provide tolerant at later stage. Okay, I am not going in detail about this geo data. So from that we have identified some genes, then we try to characterize these genes, and then when we have started, at that time genome was not available, so we started doing genome walking and all those processes which particularly we study in molecular biology, and using that we have identified these 3 complete genes using genome walking, and then try to characterize 2 genes. Here I am going to talk about these 2 genes only, that is EC-BGIP17. This particular gene, single gene, can provide tolerance to multiple abiotic stresses without any yield penalty. So that I am showing in this slides. Okay, we have seen, we have checked this in almost 16 lines, and we found that there is no single nucleotide variation in this particular gene, EC-BGIP17. So which means this gene is very important for this particular crop, and not for this crop, for all other crops also. Because variation means nature is allowing for this variation so that it can change it and give new alleles. But if it is very important, nature will not allow even single nucleotide variation, and that is happening with this particular gene. So we check its expression, and we found that in all it is highly expressing in 4 hours. We clone this. I am skipping all these slides. We put it into tobacco. We did characterization of this gene by southern, northern, and then I will take few minutes on these slides. Okay, when we observe this particular phenotype, we found that our transgenics were better as compared to normal one, even by overexpressing. Most of the times when we overexpress with 35S promoter, there is yield penalty or there is retardation of growth. But in this case, transgenics were better. Okay, I am not talking about all these aspects, how we have calculated this, but we have checked it with some genes which are really, we will say, responsible for better growth, that is expansin 10, expansin 11 and expansin 14, and then we found that its expression is very high. Then I think you must see this slide. Okay, first is wild type without this particular gene, and remaining 3 are transgenic lines. So in which it has been shown that when you have grown this particular plants in 250 millimolar salt, it's very high. Even tobacco is not able to survive. You can see it is completely albino in color. So in that case, these transgenics were growing. Same thing we have done with, we'll say, 1 month old plants, and at that time also, they were transgenic plants were surviving. We have seen it with mannitol, 400 millimolar mannitol. The size of wild type was very small, but transgenics were growing properly. Again, we have seen these attributes. I am not talking about this, but you can observe first lane. Do you have pointers, sir, here? Okay. So first lane of leaves is of transgenic, and remaining are, we will say, first is wild type and remaining are transgenics. So its size is more. Then even we have seen it that 10% PEG, which is we mimic this chemical for drought tolerance, and we found that transgenics perform better. And when we withdraw water and actually given drought stress, we found that as compared to control, all transgenic lines were better, and it was not better in terms of its growth, but even the seed yield was better as compared to transgenic. Same thing happened with heat stress. So single gene was providing tolerance to multiple stresses. So we have done it with DTT stress because this particular gene is present in endoplasmic reticulum, and after stress it moves to nucleus, and because of which it provides tolerance. So we have given this particular model, and in which it has been shown that whenever there is normal condition, okay, under stress condition, this part of this particular protein come out from the we will say cytoplasm and enter into nucleus and act as a transcription factor. But in second condition, few molecules enter, and in that case what happens, this brassinosteroid related pathway get activated, and because of which its good growth get increased. Here we have identified one gene which is multiple stress tolerant. We have identified another gene in which is very specific to heat stress. So I am not talking about all this characterization, okay, but I will talk about this particular slide.
Quickly, doctor.
Yeah, I will finish. So here, after 2 hours and after 24 hours and 48 hours, when we have checked, these particular transgenic lines are performing better. Okay, then we have seen it through different biochemical assays, and we found that except RWC and except transpiration rate, in every manner, these transgenic lines, 5 transgenic lines were independent, were performing better as compared to this one, and because of which, when we check it for drought stress as well as we will say salt stress, we found that it is not providing tolerance to this. So although Arabidopsis DREP2A gene, which is providing tolerance to drought as well as heat, this particular is specific to heat stress only. So like this, we have characterized these 2 genes, and we published these papers, and I filed patent for this particular gene, and last year only we granted this patent, and for which, because of this patent, last year patent office called us for this parade, and we were there as a part of this parade last year only because of this patent. And I have only few slides now. So we have also started working on genome editing after this, and we have worked on 2 aspects, that is drought tolerance. So although this particular is drought tolerant, we called, whenever we are growing in normal condition, it don't give high yield. So how we can make it plant so that regularly we can use it like wheat or rice. And because of this, we are trying to identify. And another is folic acid. So because of which folic acid, we are not able to, we will say, it get chelating effect, and because of which it is not other elements, or we will say are not, we are not able to consume that. So because of this, we are trying to reduce that one. And why we are trying this one? Because most of the times it has been seen that molecular biologists or biotechnologists, they cannot develop variety, and it cannot reach to farmers. So if we do it through genome editing, and here in 2022, DBT has given guideline in which this HDN1 and HDN2 where there are very few, we will say, nucleotide changes are there, those can be released as a normal variety, normal mutated variety. And because of these guidelines, we have worked on this. I am using this multiple guide RNA, tDNA guide RNA system, so that multiple genes can be mutated in single go. So we have successfully done in rice, and now we are trying it into finger millet. So we are designing these constructs like this, so that all this here in red color, whatever you can see, these 20 nucleotides, these are guide RNA, and we are putting this into this construct, and after that we are developing mutated lines, so that if something, there are many genes, like there is one gene which Vishwanathan sir has been used for drought tolerance, and he has shown that rice will be drought tolerant whenever you are mutating this particular gene. So similar type of genes we are using, so that if we are using this kind of genes, it can even grow in drought conditions. So in this case, we have developed regeneration protocol. My student Madhvi is sitting here who work on this one. Okay, and now we are optimizing this agrobacterium mediated transformation protocol using SAM. So in this case, shoot apical meristem we are using for transformation, and after that we are generating. And we have these 3 lines we have successfully shown using Cas9 as well as this hygromycin, that these are transgenic lines, and we are further characterizing these lines. So these are my publications regarding all these millets. Okay, so along with one of the scientists from Amity Institute, Amity University, Dr. Ramesh Budake. Okay, we have 2 books also edited on these millets only, and there are some other papers also. So thank you, ma'am. I think before your call, I am finishing here. Yeah. So I want to thank organizer from Amity as well as ISBT for giving me this opportunity. My director, R.C. Bhattacharya sir, then Jasdeep Padaria ma'am, with whom I started this millet work, and Ramesh Budake and Durgesh Tripathi sir from this institute, and my student. Because whatever work I have presented here, that is only because of my student. So I thank all my students like Sonam, Ramkrishna, Madhvi, Shaili, Bhunesh, and there are many more who are working on different aspects of millet in my lab. Thank you very much.
True, very true. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Saab. So quickly, we can have 1 or 2 questions. Yeah, please.
Thank you, sir, for the nice presentation.
Thank
Sir, I have few queries. First one is in transgenic plants, so up to which generation you have checked the tree?
Yeah, here we are checking it in, up to T2. If you are doing it in this characterization, we do in T2.
Okay.
But especially in genome editing, whenever you are getting plant with we will say mutation, we don't bother. We wait for removing tDNA backbone. Okay, so if tDNA backbone, if it is going in first generation, I mean to say T1 generation, even that is well and good for us.
Sir, another thing, which vector you have used for multiplexing, whether your own designed or some commercial vector?
It's commercial vector. We have taken it from AgGene.
AgGene.
Yeah. So already that is standardized for rice. But since rice and I have shown rice and finger millet is very close to each other. Even first time genetic map of finger millet was developed using markers from rice by Dida et al. So almost we will say gene wise it work.
Okay, and sir, last question about the tissue culture protocol. So for finger millet, what protocol you have followed for tissue culture?
We are standardizing our own protocol actually. So means we are trying everything through callus also or through SAM also. So whatever is possible. Okay, our final objective is to get plants. So rather than standardizing.
Successful one is SAM. Successful result you got in SAM.
Yeah, through SAM at least few lines we got.
Okay.
So we need to validate in next generation also.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Suneha, and you are Dr. Amol's neighbor, so you can further interact with him also. So, any students, quickly, we expect one question from students at least. If no, then I ask you. It's not a question actually, and I don't know whether I justify myself as a chairperson of this session. Like as an agronomist, we have I understand there are 2 approaches of crop improvement. One is conventional breeding, and another is biotechnology. So we assume that millets are already tolerant to most of the abiotic stresses. So what is your exact purpose of doing this work, whether it is heat tolerance, salinity tolerance, or what?
First purpose was, since it is we will say resilient crop, so these have lot many genes present, or it is plethora of we will say resistant genes present in this one. So we can identify these genes and we can put it into other crops. That is one aspect. Second is, although we are saying all these crops are resilient or tolerant to different abiotic stresses, but actually if we see comparatively, its yield is very low. So when its yield is low, so if we are able to increase
there is
it,
a scope of improvement.
yeah.
Right.
So there is need to be incorporated or identify few genes which can able to make them more resilient.
Right. Congratulations, good work, and I request each one of you to join me in congratulating Dr. Amol with a huge round of applause.
Thank you.
So I forgot to introduce the reporters of the session. We have Dr. Deepika Sharma and Dr. Devashish. We have as reporters of the session. I'm sure you are making my job easy by recording the. Are they reporters of the session? Okay. So that's the help of the technology. So do we have Dr. Manoj? Not yet. Then we have a recorded message or a talk from Dr. Sunil. He is Associate Scientist at ICRISAT, Hyderabad. And I request the organizers, if we have the recording, that may kindly be played.
Forward message. Now see there. ये कहाँ पे है सर? डेली पूरा हुआ लोग इस बैठ के आपका ना था देखो पूरी पूरी तो जूम किए सर जूम उनका जो मैसेज ये करना है सुनील का डॉक्टर सुनील का कहाँ मैसेज है सर आपकी मेल तो मैंने पूरी खोल रखी ये है ये चलेगा ना ये नहीं और होनी चाहिए ये
Millet conference, that is Millet Fusion, ICM. I am grateful to all the organizers giving me this wonderful opportunity to present my views, my thoughts on the millet improvement by using the advanced genomics and the genetics. So myself, Dr. Sunil Gangur, I am working as a scientist at ICRISAT and I'm taking care of translational genomics part.
डाउनलोड का ऑप्शन ही नहीं आ रहा है, उसी पे जाके रुक जा रही है। यही है ना। परमिशन नहीं दे सकता, परमिशन नहीं दे नहीं चल रही सर, कैसे चला जाऊँ, वहीं पे जाके रुक जा रही है। देखिए कोशिश करनी चाहिए, 2 बार तो कोशिश कर चुका हूँ।
International Millet Conference. So first of all, I will give
नहीं तक है, बस एक बार।
Dr. Durgesh, if you allow, we can start with Dr. Manoj. So, good afternoon, everyone, again, and we are pleased to welcome Dr. Manoj Sharma. He is Associate Professor at JNU, and it's a role reversal. Sir, you were the chair when I was presenting, and now it's so I have the mic now, and I can tap that the moment it is 15 minutes plus. So, he'll be talking. The session, as you all know, is about the crop improvement. So, requesting you for your kind presentation. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Hello everyone. Hello everyone. यहीं पे हैं सभी? Okay, so yeah, कमेटी वाला ये ओपन कर दीजिए, मुझे नीचे वाला कर दीजिए ओपन। बस फुल स्क्रीन कर दीजिए। Okay, so while presentation is being set up, okay, it's already there. Yeah, it's there. I think it's coming. I will be, I think, a lot of introduction about the millets and their agronomy, sustainable agriculture, and I think there is no need to introduce what the millets are and what are the requirements in which direction we need to go. Or rather, so I will directly jump on to. Come again? Okay. I will directly jump on to what work we are doing quickly. We know that climate is changing. We know that there are different kind of crops which can be used for alternative sources for the energy. First generation, second generation, or third generation fuel. I'm sure that you know about these facts. India is investing in lignocellulosic biofuel development also, and slowly things are moving in their direction. So this is a one example that this refinery has been set up in Panipat for 2G, that is the lignocellulosic, where the agro, are you listening, guys? Okay.
Agro-based time to interact with the speaker. Please listen to the speaker carefully.
Yeah. Can be used for the purpose of the biofuel or the ethanol. Anyway, the point is I'm trying to make here that certainly we need to look for the alternative resources. Long time back we were talking about food. If we'll put food for the fuel, then what we will eat. So what we need to look at is that food versus fuel, can we change it to the food and fuel, which is already changing the direction because of the lignocellulosic, but as far as food part is also concerned, that is that's I'm trying to present today. So one is the sorghum. When you heard about the sorghum nutrition profile and other things, it's a multi-purpose crop. each and every part of the crop is very, very useful. So what we can say is that sorghum, two idiotypes of the sorghum. One is the sweet sorghum and the grain sorghum. Sweet, so what is the difference? Basically, is the sweet sorghum is juicy like the sugar cane, and the grain sorghum is stems are completely dry. This is an amazing system to study the carbohydrate partitioning. What are the regulator? What is it that is making sweet sorghum as a sweet sorghum? Because both are the same species, so only very little differences would be there. And our idea is to look for those regulators, those differences, if we can find something in that direction. So I'll be talking about that. I'll not go with the introduction further. But yes, one important introductory point is that a polyphyletic evolution of sweet trait. Now, this is important to understand if you are working with the molecular biology or the regulators, trying to identify the regulators of this trait. Why it is important? Polyphyletic means that this trait has evolved multiple times during the evolution. So it means that if I'm working with a one variety, the sweet sorghum, and find a key regulator, it is possible that same regulator may not be regulating the sweet trait in another variety if it has independently evolved. So it's a challenge also, but at the same time, it's a diversity also. In the morning, we heard about the blessings of the diversity. So it gives a huge potential for the genetics also. That if one path or the one door stops for the biotechnological intervention for the improvement, probably there are other doors which are available in that direction. So then drought performance, that is obviously over the time, today challenge is not only to improve the productivity, but the major challenge is also to maintain the productivity in the coming years, because we are losing the land, agricultural land, for the salinity, drought, and other climatic situations. So even maintaining those, obviously we need to improve the varieties or the plants to perform in those situations, those conditions. So our idea is to look for something which is associated with the sweet trait as well as the drought performance of these cultivars. And I'm saying this because we have an idea a little bit that there are some regulators in that direction. So over the time, in last 5 to 6 years, we have done a lot of transcriptomic dynamic studies where you extract all the RNA in a particular plant tissue and then look for what kind of genes are expressing. So we looked at the sweet sorghum cultivars, grain sorghum cultivars. We picked up multiple sweet sorghum cultivars. Some of them they are tolerant, some are sensitive, some are moderately tolerant, or even the hybrid also. That what are the key regulators? What could be it's a very difficult to work with. Throughout the world, I think large number of groups are working in this direction to find out this key. What is it that the carbohydrate partitioning is changing from the juicy to the grain, and how, if we can identify that switch, then it will be very helpful towards the improvement. So over the time, we have done a lot of studies. I'm not going to bore with this kind of data. I'm sure you would have seen a lot of that kind of data. Point is that we looked at a lot of transcriptomic data. We performed several different kind of studies, which we look at. Ultimate aim was that can we associate the expression of the genes with a stage-specific manner or a trait-specific manner, or we can associate something with the drought tolerance and the sweet trait. So ultimately what it led towards, what we saw is that conclusion or the crux of this whole study was that it is not the it is not the regulators which are working downstream, like the metabolic enzymes or the catabolic enzymes which are probably regulating, or the major regulator of this trait. Probably there are some upstream regulators which are sitting there, and that is the catch, which probably is difficult to work with. Because usually till now, because of the independent origin, sometimes the data across the species, across the cultivar, it is difficult to say that what we got in one cultivar can be applied in another cultivar, and also the two data which we got from the two different cultivars can be combined and can be put in the same pathway. So those problems are there, but at the same time, what we identified is that probably the transcription factors could be one key regulator, specifically which are combining or joining two pathways, that is the abiotic stress tolerance and the sweet trait or the sweet performance of these plants. So we idea was to look in that direction, and obviously we were interested in particularly we looked at transcription profile in several transcription factor families, and we landed on to our prioritized ethylene responsive transcription factor as well as the MIV responsive transcription factor. Ethylene are well established for the growth and development as well as the abiotic stress. MIV specifically, we were interested because their performance specifically in the robust plants, specifically in the plants where a lot of secondary metabolites are there. Probably there's a lot of phenolics or lignin are there. They are very important for that kind of robust nature of the plant. So we overall identified or have prioritized couple of transcription factor, which now we are trying to look whether they are whether we are right or not. And in order to do that, what we need to do, we need to validate them in the in vivo studies. That is by either knocking out the gene in the existing plant or overexpressing and what it is doing in that scenario. So this is just a small and it's a very busy slide, I would say, but this is just telling you kind of overall pathway. If you can see the label pointer is there. Okay, so basically what is happening, the sucrose, obviously when we are talking about the sugars, it is the sucrose partitioning or sugar partitioning. So basically this is a cell, this is the parenchyma cell, and here on this side is the phloem. So it is entering into the stem. This just shows the stem parameters of the sweet sorghum. So this is sucrose once entering into the cell, it is going in the several different pathways. One is that it is entering into the cell wall synthesis, and obviously the strength of the zinc in this case is the stem. This plays a huge role towards the accumulation of the fermentable sugar in its stem. And so this cell wall metabolic activity is also very important. What is it that is being regulated in sweet sorghum stems? Another is regular metabolic activities that is happening in all cells, but two more pathways which are more important. One is that it is entering into the vacuole. So the sucrose is being pushed into the vacuole and it is stored, and not everything is passed on to the grains as happens in the other plants or other strains or the grain sorghum. And the fourth component is that sugars are also transformed into the starch. So in the sweet sorghum varieties, it is not only the sugars but the starch component also goes up. So that is another area to look for the pathway, not only the sugar or the carbohydrate pathway, specifically the disaccharide or hexosol pathway, but at the same time, starch synthesis pathway regulation in the stem specifically is also very much important pathway or the area to look at if you want to solve the sweet sorghum Brix content accumulation in the sweet sorghum stems. I will skip this. So we looked at ethylene transcription factors and MIV transcription factors, and couple of one we have prioritized. But now the challenge is that in order to validate what we have found out, whether it is really makes sense or not, we need to validate in vivo. And the point is whether sorghum is one of the most difficult crop to work with as far as the regeneration system or the transformation is concerned. So the first challenge was that to establish a good regeneration system or the transformation system. So last 8 to 10 years, we are working with this crop. And first, like I would say, around 5 to 7 years, we just took to establish the regeneration system for this crop. But thank God we have now a good regeneration system. work hard of the students who are working. And now we are at a stage where we can say that, okay, we are ready for putting up the validating the gene in the sense that in the sorghum itself. We need not to go to the heterologous system for these kind of validation studies. So we looked into, I mean, specifically, if you will look into, I mean, if you will search in Google that, okay, transformation system of the regeneration, there are several papers which are available for the sorghum. What you will see, most of the papers are directed towards the Texas 430, which is the American variety, which is a non-tannin variety. Indian varieties, which are mostly the tannin with a lot of phenolic varieties, they are difficult to transform with, and we are working or establishing the culture for them. Like these are the some of the varieties. Most of them, only one is the Texas 430. Most of them are the Indian variety, and several idiotypes: energy sorghum, sweet sorghum, grain sorghum, forest sorghum. So this was, I think, one first achievement that we were able to do that. Now, as far as the transformation was concerned, we are able to establish the transformation system also. We have raised the transgenic also, but still we cannot say today that, okay, we are very confident, okay, that we have 2% transformation efficiency. Still we don't have. But at least right now, whether it is a 0.1%, 0.2%, we are confident that with little extra effort, we are able to regenerate the transgenic plants. And that is obviously optimization is going on, and that I'm mentioning is this specific part because this plant is very difficult to work with as far as the biotechnological interventions are concerned. And they are important, as you heard in the morning lectures also. They are important because 2 minutes more, because the only 25% potential of the its improvement that has been achieved till now. Still, there is a huge potential. So, in the meantime, we are also, I got a chance to work with this baby boom and Wuschel genes. Basically, these are the genes which are involved in the embryo differentiation. So, what do you do if you put this embryo differentiation gene along with your gene? It helps to regenerate the transgenic plants faster. So we, I got a chance to work with Professor Peggy Limo from the UC Berkeley. So we were able to show that it is making really a progress. Significant enhancement was there, and we were able to regenerate the edited plants from there. So the conclusion, I would say that key gene associated with the sweet rate or the drought tolerance we have identified. We have a couple of key regulators. Now the point is that whether they are really hold on to what we say or not, that work is in progress to knock out those genes by CRISPR editing or overexpression and see whether they hold good or not. So probably next time, probably when we, if I got a chance to interact with you, I would be like to tell that story if we get out of from this something. And obviously this whole work is done not by me, although it's the students who work and we just come to present in the conferences. So I acknowledge the work of all the students who are working in this. Several student has, I'm not taking the name in because of the time constraint, and my collaborators as well as the funding agency. Thank you very much. I would be happy to take any question that you might have.
Thank you, Dr. Sharma. Good work, great efforts. So over to the audience. We expect a few questions both from the faculty and the students, at least one each. Dr. Amol.
Yes, please. कुछ तो पूछो भाई. इतनी अच्छी presentation तो नहीं है कि सब कुछ समझ आ गया. There was a lot of things, certainly, yeah.
It was a good presentation and it was very awkward to interrupt you. But since we are already so...
okay, no problem.
Yeah. Quickly. Yes, please. Students. Okay, then I should ask. I cannot let the session go like that.
Please. I would be happy.
What is the purpose exactly? Or how much is the sugar content in that sweet Brix value? Any?
So, Brix value, so that's another, I would say, huge diversity. Huge diversity in the sense that the sweet sorghum cultivars also, you will see in one cultivar there is a 10 to 11%, another cultivar it is 16 to 17%. But yes, the best cultivar have not reached to the sugarcane level. So there is a probably improvement potential in that direction. That's what you were saying. What is the Brix content basically? Yeah. So basically it ranges in different cultivars. Some cultivar has up to 18 or 19% also. one cultivar I am working with is a 19%, another cultivar is like 14 to 16%.
So we have a potential to harness that also.
That's the aim basically.
True.
And another is obviously at the what happens when the water limiting condition is there.
Does it behave in the same way or not?
Exactly.
True.
Hope I am audible, sir. Wonderful lecture. Just I want to ask that have you like checked or like any study is kind of thing that the sweet sorghum and the normal the grain one are in, is there any difference in the microbiological system which is there around their root? Do they make any difference?
It's a very good question, but I don't think I have come across any microbiome studies differentiating sweet sorghum and grain sorghum. There is a lot of work and very good work recently has been published from the UC Berkeley, where they have like taken probably I think a 65 time points over the from the germination to the maturity, and they have studied the microbiome in detail. But they also have not compared with the sweet sorghum and grain sorghum. So it is difficult to comment on that area, but yeah, I will go back and look in that direction also. It's a very good question.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So with that, I think after these invited talks, we have 2 oral presentations also, and both of them have joined us online. So can we have Dr. Mamta? She is from NBPGR. The first oral presentation. And before I invite Dr. Mamta, I request each one of you to give a big hand to Dr. Manoj Sharma for the wonderful presentation. Thank you, Dr. Manoj. So may we have 2 speakers, if not Dr. Mamta, or you are trying. Are you there?
Yes, ma'am, I am here. Am I audible? Am I audible?
You are audible. We'll get your video soon. Please wait till we get a signal from the organizers. Just wait.
Yeah.
कनेक्ट नहीं हो रहा है। अरे देखने एलसीडी कनेक्ट नहीं हो रहा है, आ जाओ। हाँ फटाफट ऑनलाइन से नहीं नेटवर्क ये डिस्कनेक्ट हुआ पड़ा है कुछ, अभी आ जाएगा, वो करेगा। अरे यार ये एलसीडी पता नहीं डिस्कनेक्ट हो गई।
Hello, Dr. Mamta, can you hear us?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Yes,
I can hear you.
You are also audible. Please go ahead.
Okay. So may I share my screen, ma'am?
Please go ahead. And Dr. Mamta, we have 5 minutes of presentation and that will be followed by a minute of interaction. So I request you to kindly conclude your presentation in 5 minutes.
Yes, ma'am, sure.
Yes, the slides are visible. Go ahead. Make it in a slideshow mode.
Yes, I hope it is in a slideshow mode, ma'am.
Absolutely, absolutely. Go ahead.
Okay. So thank you so much, all the dignitaries and the organizers of this conference. Myself, Dr. Mamta Singh, and I have performed a basic research initiating my work on prosomillet. So in this conference, the topic I will be presenting is investigation of agromorphological variability in prosomillet germplasm collection conserved at the National Gene Bank, New Delhi. So just starting with a brief introduction about prosomillet. So it belongs to obviously to the family Gramineae, also known as common millet or broom corn millet. It is very well adapted to the hot summer climatic conditions and very short duration crop. It can grow very well in marginal and poor soils. It is very well known for its quick maturity. Just in 70 to 80 days, it can complete its complete cycle. And because it is very well, it can very well withstand the hot air conditions and also very well resistant to the less water content. It is very much suitable to the primitive agricultural practices. However, there are certain crop specific issues to prosomillet. For example, it responds slow to the high fertility and abundant water conditions. It has very shallow root, and that's why it requires an optimum water level to be maintained, and very under-researched and underutilized crop, and the low grain yield is also one of the issues for this crop. So some of the improvement strategies could be characterization of the conserved germplasm which are there in the gene bank, because they can serve as the source of the genetic diversity for the crop improvement. So identification of the smaller set, which is generally obtained from a larger set by characterizing them in the form of core set, will be helpful and will be helpful in promotion of the this minor millet crop. So gene banks hold the opportunity to fill the research gap. In this aspect, we have at NBPGR around 1460 prosomillet accessions that can be, we thought that we can characterize them, and some of the identified accessions can help to diversify the genetic base, or can be used for their economic potential as such as variety. So large scale characterization of this prosomillet germplasm may help in developing the high yielding varieties, development or identification of the non-shattering seeds. Uniform ripening is one of the issues in all the millets and prosomillet also. Then short identification of short stature crop, then compact panicles and high responsiveness to the fertilizers and input conditions. Such kind of variability we may expect in the large germplasm collections. So with this, we have performed, in fact, we have undertaken an initiative to conduct the large-scale characterization of these 1460 prosomillet germplasm for various agromorphological traits. So this is the detail of our experiment. The experiment was conducted at our Isapur NBPJR experimental farm, which is around 45 kilometers away from our headquarters. The experimental design was in augmented block design, and each block was and the number of blocks were 10. The 5 checks were replicated in 3 replications, and we performed ridge planting because of the high weed infestation. This helped us to identify the lines
And these are the number of qualitative 14 qualitative traits that we recorded in the germplasm. This is the list of the quantitative traits. They are 10 in number. And this is the agromorphological diversity that we could obtain. So this is the representation of various characters such as plant growth habit was erect, decumbent, prostrate. Then presence of the pigmentation on leaf sheath, hairiness on different parts of the plant. For example, on leaf sheath or on the ligule or leaf blade, then different kinds of leaf blade extensions we were able to investigate. Then inflorescence shape was deferred, and based on inflorescence shape, some of the lines were identified that could serve to the grain yield. Then these are some other representation of other traits, and there was large variation in the seed color also. And this is the status of the agromorphological traits in the recorded 1460 prosomillet accessions. Most of the accessions fell in the category of decumbent growth habit. Then leaf sheath pigmentation was very less, and most of them were non-pigmented. Mostly closed leaf sheath wrapping around was found. Pubescence on the leaf was medium. Then leaf blade extension was mainly folded. Leaf blade pubescence was mainly non-pubescent type were there. Ligule pubescence was medium. So this is the status of the different agromorphological traits. And some of the promising accessions that we have been able to identify falling in different categories. For example, in early flowering, we had some of the accessions identified that were able to flower in less than 35 days. Then semi-dwarf height ranging between 60 to 90 centimeter. Then dwarf height, which are very short and fell under the category of less than 60 centimeters. 1000 grain watt. We had 3 accessions out of 1460 accessions that had around 7 or more than 7 grams of 1000 grain weight that may be supposed to contribute to the higher grain yield. Then primary inflorescence branches, we could identify some of the accessions that had more than 10 primary branches. So though this is a very basic research, but this is very much required to identify potential germplasm to contribute to the crop improvement programs. And the objective of this study would be to develop the core set or a smaller set that will be feasible to handle for different studies. Then evaluation of this core set for other economic traits, identification of the trait specific reference set that may be for agromorphological, nutritional, and other economic traits. Then identification and registration of the trait specific germplasm for wide utilization. So with this, I would like to say that this initiative, we expect that we will be able to identify some of the promising accessions that will be useful for the breeders so that they can be utilized in the breeding program for the improvement of prosomillet. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Mamta, for the quick presentation. But still, you took 1 minute extra, so that took away your interaction time. But again, still, I can request students, especially if you have a quick question, we can take one question from Dr. Mamta. She's doing wonderful work for studying that much accessions in prosomillet. Anybody from the delegates? Please.
So, Dr. Mamta, we can see that there are so many accessions of this prosomillet, but why they like in the for me, I have not seen so many like types of prosomillet growing in the farmer's field. Is there any specific reason for that?
Actually, ma'am, this is the germplasm. We have different germplasm collections. They have been collected from different states. But in farmers' field, usually you will see they select for some kind of uniformity, uniform germplasm, or some kind of specific varieties they grow. So this variability is not there. But because we have used 1460 germplasm in our field, they showed their specific traits. That's why such a larger variability we were able to record.
No, but look, my query is still it is very like minor millet. We don't see commonly in the field. Although we have so many, you have collected so many accessions, so there must be more varieties or whatever you say accession for that. No.
What I am understanding, you want to ask why we don't see so much variability in farmers' field. Is your question?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am, because usually at a particular location, it is the farmer's preference. They grow a specific type of, they prefer a specific type of plant morphology. Maybe this is the reason we don't get so much variability at one place in the farmer's field. But when we come across different locations and collect them and grow them as an independent line, we will be able to see. So this is the collection from different states that has been grown at one place at Delhi location at our experimental farm. That's why we have been able to record this diversity.
Very nice. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Mamta and Dr. Sangeeta, for that wonderful interaction. The second
Thank you so much, ma'am.
You can stay connected. We are going to have our next speaker also for the online presentation. We have Miss Bhavya Shri. She is from Indian Institute of Millet Research, Hyderabad. Are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay.
Hello.
Yes, you are audible.
Yes, ma'am.
You can share your slides. The slides are visible, Bhavyashri. Make it slideshow mode and start your presentation.
Yeah, thank you. Hello.
5 minutes plus 1 minute for interaction. Go ahead.
Okay, ma'am. Good evening, everyone. Hello. Can you hear me, ma'am?
Yes, you are audible, loud and clear. Go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you. I am Bhavya Shri, young professional from IIMR, Indian Institute of Millet Research, Hyderabad. Today I am here to give my presentation on molecular characterization of wide hybridization derivatives of sorghum. Here, my contents are of introduction to the sweet sorghum, how we developed the sweet sorghum derivatives, and the field evaluation and genotype analysis of the sweet sorghum. Coming to the introduction, sweet sorghum, a type of cultivated sorghum, crops notable buildup of fermental sugars, that is high concentration of sugars in the stem, which is comparable to ranges of 15 to 23%. Here we included a wide hybridization called intergeneric hybridization, where we crossed a cross between a sorghum and a maize, a material useful for practical plant breeding programs, for conducting the genetic studies on plant traits, and for studying the possible effects of alien introgression on the recipient genome. It plays a key role to generate the extensive genomic and epigenomic variation that can be translated into the phenotypic novalities. Crosses between these sorghum and the maize incompatible species lead to introduction of new variation in the gene pool through genetic and epigenetic changes. Here I'm showing a slide of development of novel sweet sorghum derivatives, how we have derived these sweet sorghum derivatives. We choose a sorghum and a maize derivatives after F-10 generations to produce a uniform characteristics with the desired traits and pure lines. We differentiated them into sweet sorghum types, grain type, and popping type, and forage type. Coming to sweet sorghum, we have taken 2 parents and a check to, and finally collected or extracted 18 novel sweet sorghum derivatives. After the 3 years of field trial, 3 years, 6 seasons of Kharif and Rabi trials, we followed a molecular analysis. Coming to the field evaluation, these are all the means of all the sweet sorghum traits of 3 years. We took a compare parameters like plant height, as it has a high plant growth, as it we crossed with us sorghum and a maize, high range of 345 centimeters with a fresh biomass with 114 fresh biomass tons per hectare, and a cane yield bricks with a high bricks quality with 19 to 20 average. Juice yield, juice extraction, total sugars, total soluble index are taken into the consideration. As par with the checks, they have our genotypes or our derivatives having a high quality of bricks content. Coming to the genotyping analysis for this few genotypes, along with the checks, we used a trap markers called target region amplification polymorphism. These are functional markers which, based on the functional marker system, that can detect the genetic diversity in the functional region of the target trait. Here we targeted sucrose, sucrose synthase, soluble acid invertase, lignin, and sucrose related marker system to generate a functional marker derivatives. Molecular analysis of these allied 18 lines compared with the trap markers, as the trap markers are used from the reference given below. Coming to the conclusion, we utilized the wide hybridization to create a novel sweet sorghum derivatives and perform both phenotypic and genotypic to establish a correlation between observable traits and genetic markers. In this intergeneric hybridization enhances the efficiency of breeding programs by allowing for more precise selection of plant desirable characteristics, ultimately accelerating the development of improved plant varieties. Thank you so much for giving this opportunity.
Thank you, Bhavyashree, for completing your presentation in time. Now the presentation for Q&A session. I'm sure you are having many, especially Dr. Manoj, since she's working in the area. I request you to ask the question.
Yeah, Bhavyashree, so you are looking at the sweet sorghum trait, markers association with the sucrose. Is that right? Am I right? You have,
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Did you find any specific marker which are associated only with the sucrose and not with the other traits that you have picked up?
Like soluble acid invertase has a high polymorphic information content than other sucrose synthase. We observed that variation.
Yeah, so what is the ultimate aim of these markers? What is the ultimate aim? How would you like to use these markers that you are developing later?
Like these are only the functional markers, like we can target only to the specific trait, as our intention is to specifically trait on the sucrose and lignin content of our derivatives. We have choose these trap markers.
No, my point is like suppose you got a marker with the sucrose. Now, what will be its use in future to look at the other germplasm or other varieties of the sweet sorghum? Can you use this marker to define others, the same sucrose trait in other cultivars or
other millets?
No, in the sweet sorghum itself, because the sweet sorghum also huge diversity is there. Is that right? And as far as the sucrose accumulation also.
Yes, yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah. So let me redefine the question another way. Do you have any marker which are associated with the differential accumulation of the sucrose?
No, not it, sir. Like these are the trap markers only that we are having the sucrose.
It's a very difficult question or difficult to find it out. It was just a query in case if you guys have something. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Manoj, and thank you, Bhavyashree, also. So, one of the invited speaker, Dr. Sunil, has joined us from ICRISAT. Are you there, sir? Can you hear me? Dr. Sunil from ICRISAT. Hello, Dr. Sunil, can you hear us? Okay. नहीं. Okay. Sure, we shall wait for some time. I think he'll be joining shortly. We wish we could have him in person. हाँ नहीं वो भी freeze हो रहा है ना वो video भी freeze. Hello, Dr. Sunil, can you hear us? Dr. Sunil, please respond if you are there. We think it's a technical glitch. दो मिनट बस कंक्लूड करें कि क्या करें? Should we wait करें? हाँ, Dr. Sunil, hello. Please go ahead. I think you are muted.
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Oh, can I start now? I will
Go
share
ahead.
my screen.
Please, please.
Okay.
Sir, the time of your presentation is 12 minutes, and that will be followed by 2 minutes of interaction.
Sure, sure.
Okay.
So very good evening you all, and I really apologize for joining late in this presentation because I was in another meeting, and then I came to know that sessions are already late, so then I'm joining again. So thank you all organizers for giving me this wonderful opportunity to talk in this ICIM 2025, the Millet Fusion. And I will be talking about the advances in genetics and genomics for millet improvement. So how the genomic advances has helped a lot in improving the millets. So myself, Dr. Sunil Gangurde, I'm working as a scientist and as a translational genomics at ICRISAT Hyderabad. So first of all, about ICRISAT, I will give some brief. So we believe all people have a right to nutritious food and a better livelihood. And the vision is the prosperous and food secure and resilient dryland tropics. And mission is of overcoming poverty, overcoming hunger, then reducing malnutrition and preventing environmental degradation in semi-arid tropics. So ICRISAT have several locations in Africa and Asia. So we have headquarters in Hyderabad, and then our business office is in New Delhi. So semi-arid tropics is covering 6.5 million square kilometers across 55 countries with the 2 billion people, of which 644 billion are the poorest of the poor. So high levels of poverty, malnutrition, and environmental degradation are key constraints in semi-arid tropics, for which ICRISAT is working hard to for the livelihood of marginal farmers in this Asia and Africa in particular. So we all know that the millets are three major types, like major millets, which includes jowar, bajra, and ragi, which also called as sorghum, pulse millet, and finger millet. Then in minor millets, there are 5 major millets like kodo millet, little millet, foxtail millet, barnyard millet, and proso millet. And pseudo millet is rajgira, amaranth, and then kuttu. Rajgira, and often in Maharashtra people use on fasting. Even I use in my fasting. My wife prepares very nice recipes using the Rajgira. We really love it. And then Ikrisat has several mandated crops. Among millets are the important crops including sorghum, pearl millet, finger millet, proso millet, and barnyard millet. We are our important legume crops in Ikrisat. Millets are supporting to the sustainable development goals, the global sustainable development goals. If you will see the no poverty, first sustainable development goal is no poverty. Of course, with a very minimum resources, we can cultivate the millets. Therefore, they are helping in no poverty. Then zero hunger. Yes, they are nutritious. Therefore, they are supporting zero hunger. Then good health and well-being. The third sustainable development goal, and then 12th sustainable development goal, responsible consumption and production, then climate action because they are drought tolerant, heat tolerant, and yes, they are helping the prevention of land degradation, that is life on land. So this is how the millets are helping the sustainable development goals. As you can see, the world population is increasing tremendously, and over the time we will be facing the how to feed the growing population. Like there are projections of 50 billion population by 2050. So global warming and abiotic factor and poor soil nutrition, these are key constraints which are limiting the crop productivity, and then millets have this potential to face these problems. So when we'll talk about the breeding programs and then the role of the genomics in the breeding programs, so there are different phases. For example, genetic resources for the gene bank, and then gene bank will have the large number of collection of the germplasm. Then again, genomic resources, which includes reference genome, core genome, and pangenome, then resequencing of the germplasm, candidate gene and marker discovery, then cost-effective, high mid-density genotyping services. Then these genomic resources and genetic resources will combine to have some applications, like we'll identify duplications in gene bank and genetic diversity. The candidate gene discovery and marker development will help in marker-assisted backcross selection. Then genomic selection in elimination of linkage drag in wide crosses, and hybridity confirmation and purity assessment, checking purity and seed system. These are few important applications of genomics in millet breeding program. So there is a protocol while deploying the genomic resources or genetic resources. First of all, we will screen the germplasm which is available in the gene bank, and then we will develop some some genetic population like NAM, MAGIC, REAL, or also we'll develop some mutants, and they will sequence. They will phenotype them at high throughput phenotyping facilities. We'll genotype using genotyping by sequencing, or maybe WGRS like whole genome resequencing. We'll do trait mapping, and we'll identify the genes associated with multiple traits, and the genes will be useful for marker selection in genomic selection or marker assisted backcross selection. Then pangenomes are currently they are playing major role in identifying the important genes associated with various traits. This is the example in sorghum pangenome. So this is the pangenome was developed within 290 accessions of sorghum. So the pangenome-wide association analysis identified an important candidate gene associated with the plant height and then biomass content on chromosome 9. And this gene, already they are deploying in varied breeding program in sorghum. Then pangenome analysis in pearl millet identified an important gene for high temperature tolerance. So the pangenome of pearl millet was developed by collecting the accessions from Australia, Asia, Africa, and North America, and they sequenced at high depth. And then core genome and dispensable genomes were identified. The GWAS analysis, the pan-GWAS analysis identified a zinc finger protein which is responsible for high temperature tolerance in pearl millet. Then another important crop is foxtail millet, in which the genes were identified for the anti-inflammatory effect. For example, the folic acid transporter genes were identified in foxtail millet, which people they are using in breeding the high folic acid containing foxtail millet accessions. Then aldehyde decarboxylase, the genes responsible for aldehyde decarboxylase, then lipid metabolism were also identified on chromosome 6, chromosome 1, and chromosome 2. Using multi-omics approaches in foxtail millet. Then the millet database were also developed so far. Recently in 2023, the Sun et al. Published in the Plant Biotechnology Journal. The millet database includes one pangenome for pearl millet, then 11 individual pearl millet genomes, one foxtail millet genome, then proso millet genome, then one finger millet genome, a Bernard millet genome, and then elephant grass genome. So these genomes could be an important genomic resources for the community. There are some transcriptome atlases were also developed. So these can be used just one click, there are few clicks away. We just have to feed the phenotypic data to the server, and then it will analyze for you the genome-wide association study as well as differential gene expression analysis, and then you can generate different graphics like heat map and then Manhattan plot, and then as you can see, that structural variation has been identified for vegetative growth index in foxtail millet here. Then improving the genomes assemblies. Earlier we had a short read sequencing, and then the genomes developed. We have some gaps in there, so it was affecting the study, like identification of the genes. For example, the genome association study was impacted by the short read, but now we have PacBio sequencing with long reads, and with the long reads we have complete or nearly complete genome assemblies available. So this is the one example in pearl millet which the genome has. The assembly was improved, and with improved assembly we did GWAS analysis. As you can see figure D, that the GWAS identified the test grain weight in foxtail millet and identified significant SNP on chromosome 5, very sharp peak as you can see on chromosome 5. This is how the improved genomes are now helping. Then next generation mapping population are important for diversifying the narrow genetic base. For example, nested association mapping and then multi-parent advanced generation intercross, that is magic population. Because biparental mapping is having only 2 parents, and which results in very few recombination events, and that is not helping us for high resolution genetic mapping. But yes, in magic population, because of 8 parents, we are having large recombinations, and then the detection probability, as you can see the 3 pictures, biparental, magic and NAM, the detection probability of biparental population is very low as compared to magic, and it is very high in NAM population. Therefore, this next generation mapping population like NAM and magic are important resources for genetic distinction of the complex traits. Then split breeding and another important technology is now coming up. Earlier it was developed first into the wheat, but now it has been standardized for various crops. Then of course, though the millets are short duration crops, but yes, if we deploy this technology, we can reduce the crop duration, and then we can increase the crop breeding. We can accelerate the crop breeding by having 4 to 6 generation in 1 year. So this is how speed breeding will help. So in speed breeding, we will be using different intensity lights, different color lights. So these lights will accelerate the photosynthesis rate, and then early flowering, and then early maturity, like that. So how speed breeding can help? So speed breeding can help us in advancing the real population. The filial generation can be advanced in speed breeding facility. Then the genome edited lines can be advanced in this facility. So even efficient creation and evaluation of multi-traded crops in the speed breeding facility. So speed breeding can help in rapid generation advancement in molecular breeding program. That is an important use for this technology. Then one important area is genomic selection. Genomic selection. Hello.
Sorry, kindly please wrap up in a minute or so, please.
Yeah. So genomic selection has been an important technology for the selection of the complex traits. Then long read sequencing versus short read sequencing. The long read sequencing are important for identifying long structural variants, so which are more useful than the short read sequencing. Then take home will be the gene bank germplasm characterization will be the key for trait discovery. New donors would be potential sources for various traits for future breeding programs. Then diversifying genetic base using multi-parent population and high resolution trait mapping. Then pangenomics will help to uncover hidden diversity which is impossible using single reference genome. Then long read sequencing would be a key to achieve accuracy in gene discovery. Genomic selection could be a potential tool for improving low heritability traits, and speed breeding will really accelerate the breeding programs by shortening the breeding cycles. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sunil, for that wonderful presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
I've already clapped for you, and natural speed breeding is a lovely and a wonderful technology, and we can do wonders with that. So quickly, there's a question from delegates or the students. Anybody? Dr. Manoj, over to you.
Yeah, Sunil, it's again a query rather than a question. When we
Yes,
say
sir.
reading like a 4 to 6 generation, one is like a prediction, one is actually how much actually has been achieved in this direction. That in a year, how many generation actually has been produced.
So, for example, if I'll give an example of pigeon pea now in ICRISAT. So, the pigeon pea actually in normal field condition, it takes around 180 days or 160 days. So, under speed breeding facility, we can complete the duration within like 90 to 110 days. This is only because this is only useful for the generation advancement, not to enhance the productivity in the farmer's field. It is just to advance the generation. If you are developing a cross, then if you will make a F1 and then from F2 and F3, if you want to go, then this technology can be useful.
Yeah, certainly. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Manoj and Dr. Sunil as well. And to add to what Dr. Manoj was asking, at IRI also, not from speed, from conventional breeding, we have varieties like Pusa RH60 with the duration 120 days or so. So right
Yeah,
now,
so yes, I mean from 110 days we can go beyond again 80 days to 70 days. That's also possible.
Exactly. So I'm sure distinguished delegates and students and ladies and gentlemen, we had a wonderful session. We had three invited talks followed by two oral presentations. And in a nutshell, I would say that millets were usually ignored. The attention, but nowadays when we have their due attention and a lot of work is going on in this direction, whether it is conventional breeding, speed breeding, and from the crop improvement point of view. So this was certainly a learning session for all of us, for all the speakers. So thank you all for joining us, and I request each one of you in joining me and give a huge round of applause to all the three speakers and the oral presenters. So with that, we still have two more sessions to go on. So with that, thank you each one of you, and thank you for giving me the responsibility as well as the honor of being the chair of the session. Thank you all. I thank the co-chair and the reporters also for making my job easy and being a part of this session. Thank you all. Have a very good day. And we look forward for further interesting technical sessions to go. Thank you so much. Thank you to the organizers. Over to you, Dr. Durgesh.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I would like to invite Dr. Ajay Tomar to give vote of thanks to all the speakers and our.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Dr. Ajay Tomar. Thank you so much to give this opportunity to me to give a vote of thanks. So basically, I want to give a especially thanks to Dr. Kapila Segawat ma'am, session chair. Ma'am very smartly they make a session very interactive and effective, and ma'am manage the time. Ma'am, thank you so much, ma'am. And I want to give a thanks mainly Dr. Manoj Sharma sir. Sir, they have given knowledge about the recent advancement in millets and how can we improve them through the genetic transformation. Sir also discussed about the apical soup technique through a tissue culture technique. So thank you so much. I want to also give a special thanks Dr. Sunil sir. Sunil sir also give a sound knowledge about the conventional method and recent advancement in a improvement of the millets. I want to especially give a thanks to the Amol Kumar sir, Solanki sir. Solanki sir they have done a lot of work on millets, and they also apply the techniques through the genetic modification, mainly genes. Sir also explain about the different of the genes and how can they change and make a resistant against the abiotic stasis. Thank you so much, sir. And I also want to give a thanks to all the delegates or dignitaries and students, and mainly poster presentation Dr. Mamta. Thank you so much. Thank you everyone to join this event.
but also driving innovations in various domains. From enhancing military rations with exceptional nutritional and logistical benefits to exploring the untapped potential of pearl millet fibers for novel applications, we are set to embark on the journey where tradition meets groundbreaking innovation. To guide us through this exciting session, it's my honor to welcome our esteemed session chair, Dr. Mahesh Gupta. Dr. Gupta is a senior principal scientist at CSIR, Institute of Himalayan Bioresource Technology, and specializes in food science and technology. His expertise and dedication have been pivotal in advancing research in sustainable food systems. Additionally, Dr. Gupta is also the co-organizing secretary of this esteemed international conference, contributing significantly to its success. We are privileged to have you with us, sir. I now invite you to take the lead and begin this much anticipated session. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Mahesh Gupta with a warm round of applause.
Thank you, sir. With these good words, I will continue this session with the theme of new innovations using millets beyond 2024, because this theme was set because of the one or two things, because there are other options, other opportunities are there. Instead of their nutritional content, we can lay down in novel products from the millets such as edible cutlery, vegan leathers, edible oils and biofuels. So without taking much time, we have a today distinguished speakers with us today. Dr. D.D. Wadekar. I am just
Students, please maintain silence.
introducing to you for the, even all are known by their name, but for the audience and the students, I just want to tell about the few words about Dr. D.D. Wadekar. Dr. D.D. Wadekar is a renowned Indian scientist with MTech in food science from the College of Food Technology, MAU, Parbhani, and after that they have done PhD in the sciences, food sciences from the University of Mysore. They have a 22 years of research experience, and he has worked on the processing, preservation of grains, microwaves, and IR technologies for food processing, and various aspects for the military nutrition. He is currently working as a smart nutrition area, including the smart protein for various applications. Dr. Wadekar has received numerous awards, including the DRDO Technology Day oration for his work on the millet-based products, innovation and its commercialization. He has published more than 65 papers, and many books are as they have authored. He is most importantly, he is a Trier and National Secretary from the FSTI. So I welcome Dr. Wadekar, and I request them they can deliver a good talk with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mahesh Gupta. Good evening. I think you must be tired of listening of research on millets. My talk will be a little lighter. I will not be heavy on the science because I will be giving a general talk on millets. आप मेरा arrange कर देंगे? How many of you have heard this song? Anybody knows about this song? This is a song. If you can just log in, Millet song. Narendra Modi ji, Prime Minister, is ambassador for this song. And if you are working on millets, if you are talking about millet, you should know this song. If you don't know, please check on the Google. You will find this millet song. abundance song if you can log in. All youngsters can do it faster. Okay, they can check it. Another thing, how many of you know how to use WhatsApp? Youngsters, please look here. How many of you know how to use WhatsApp? Okay. Then one more is there, no? Instagram. Everybody knows Instagram? Do you know how to put status in WhatsApp? Not one photo, multiple photos. How many of you know preparation of jawar roti? I am not able to see any hand for jawar roti, and youngsters are still busy with WhatsApp and Instagram, I think. Wait. Yeah, can you see slides, please? If you can see slide, it's already shared. Please just look now. I have one request to all the youngsters who use mobiles, even the elder lot who use the mobiles. Since we are in this conference since last one day, I don't think anybody has put their status as millets. I have a request, please put your status at least for one day as a millet as your status. Let it be a picture of one millet or multiple millets, but your status should indicate that you are attending a program on millet, and that's the beginning. Because though the government is working since last 2 years or maybe since 2018 when the millet year was declared, National Millet Year, but unless we do everyone do efforts, we cannot really promote millets. So let us start from today. At least if you can put your status as millets, that is the one step towards promoting millet. So that will help millet to grow. Okay. Now I will just begin my lecture. I will not be too much technical, as the title of my talk says Millets in Military Ration, Nutritional Advantages and Logistical Challenges. Right? I was just moving around in your canteens yesterday. I just checked all the restaurants what you have in the canteen. I checked all the menus, and only one of the restaurant has millet somewhere mentioned. None of the canteen has a millet. No millet menu was served. So I will be giving my feedback at the end of the conference that they should serve or they should open one millet restaurant in your canteen, and they should serve not the traditional menus. They should really serve the fusion menus. As the conference aims at fusion, the menus should be served as fusion menus, like Chinese food. I was just seeing even yesterday as well as today, the menus what was served to us, it included certain Chinese items. If we are able to prepare some Chinese taste items using millets, I think that can really grow. Because I see youngsters, like those who are around 20 and all, the more of Chinese food consumption is increased. Though traditionally they must be consuming dal roti or roti and sabji at homes. But when they come out in the hostel, even when we go out, we prefer like trying something new. So if millets and Chinese taste is fused, that can really help promote the Indian grain, that is millet. So that's one suggestion. Now, why I am talking about this kind of promotion of like fusion, because the title of the conference, fusion, that gave me and triggered me my thoughts. Okay, this kind of fusion, if we do, we can really promote these millets in youngsters. It's not moving. Yeah. This already, I think by this time, since yesterday, all of you must be knowing name of all the millets. By seeing the picture, you should know the millets. How many of you have seen actually physically the millets? Anybody has seen millets? Crops, not the seeds. So next time you get an opportunity, another request after the status, weekends or whenever you go on vacation, please visit the field where any millet is grown, so that you can get the feel how the millet looks. Then you will not forget which millet is what kind of millet. But many times what happens, we talk about millet, but if I give you a grain, among the small millets, if a grain is given, you will not be able to really make it which millet is there. You can identify ragi, jowar and bajra, but among the small millets, if I mix the grains or if I give separate grains, there will be always confusion unless you are a regular millet buyer or seller or consumer. You cannot make out the different types. So we have to really start working on the millets from our own self. Okay, We'll try to identify the crop. We'll try to identify the seed. That's how the millet promotion can work in country. Annam Brahma Rasam Vishnu Bhakto Devo Janardanam Dhatvam Tatha Dadya Anna Desho Danityate. Don't focus on this what Sanskrit has. Here is if you eat these millets, no, it will give all positive. Many times they talk these millets as a positive grains. If there is any negativity is there, that will also be taken care because each food has certain anti-nutritional factors. But the processing of these millets can reduce anti-nutritional factors and all the things, what are the nutritional things can be consumed in the millet. And this millet is really an ancient grain. Like since Yajurveda texts also identify certain millets in their scriptures. So these millets are not new. It has been there since ages. Okay. The younger generation also can keep it because you are the people who will be seeing when you become old, you will be seeing that millet is now a staple food. That's what you should hold in your mind, that millet becomes staple food by down the line, like 2047, millet should be our staple food. This I will not be touching, but here only thing which I have to mention is starchy grains. Millets are starchy grains and they can be used for food as well as non-food purpose. Starchy grains we consume for the carbohydrate, or the cereals we consume for the carbohydrates which contain starch. Similarly, millets also we consume for the starch. Apart from the staples and the food, they can be used for multiple applications, like even for creation of dextrine, starches, ethanol, and several food ingredients. You all know that this International Millet Year, this started in 2023, 1 year, then 2024 also left, but now in 2025, suddenly your institute comes up with a conference for millet. And this is something new because you have rightly taken this conference at the beginning of this year, because the effect of 2013 was slowly dying in 2024. But with this trigger, I think again the millet mission will go on, because India should be a leader, global leader in millet consumption as well as millet export. So this kind of initiative which our institute has taken in the month of January initially itself. So by the end of 2025, I think we will be still talking about millets, and there will be definitely a substantial increase in the millet cultivation, millet production as well as millet consumption. Then this 2018 to 2023 out of 2024, the effort was there in millets. Now everybody knows about millet, but still in-depth millet consumption and millet understanding is not there. So we have to have the sustained efforts to promote these millets. How many of you know these photographs? Anybody knows which movie he has acted? Or that lady who has acted? Anybody knows? The one person you can see, Dr. P.V. Satish. He is called as Millet Man of India before Dr. Khadavali. And Dr. P.V. Satish, who started Deccan Development Movement, he started promoting these millets by giving free food to the poor people of the southern part of our country. And he is no more now, but he started the millet work really long back. And after that, Millet Man of India, who is Padma Shri Dr. Khadavali, he is from Mysore. He treats patients with millet. Okay, I had an occasion to meet him 2 to 3 times. I had invited him for a talk at my conference, which I conducted at Mysore DFRL. And if you want his appointment, at least 2 months you have to wait. But he treats all the patients without much financial implications on the patient, with only millets and certain combinations. Another lady is Millet Woman of India, Lahiri Bai. She has been named so because of she is holding so many different varieties of, maximum varieties of millets. These are all government approved titles given to them. Now these are major millets. Another term which is not used, these 3 millets are also referred as naked millets because they are not covered. You can find these grains are separate, and these grains are usually used for the flour. So if you see the major millets or these naked millets, they are consumed as flours, whereas the minor millets are consumed as rice. Okay. Again, these are the few minor millets. Here, palatability, regional and seasonal consumption is one of the important aspects, or which delays the promotion of millet. So these are the important aspects we should consider when we try to promote millet, or when we try to use millet, or if we try to do business with millets. Why millets? There are so many things have been talked in the last 2 years, but I will be telling 2 studies which we have conducted. Like you see, there are multiple benefits right from diabetes and soluble fiber and the minerals and all. And these, listen students, you consume lot of street foods or even the spicy foods which are not prepared at home. But what happens if you really go on consuming these kind of foods, the acidity increases. But the millets are referred as alkaline foods. It can take care of your acidity problems also. This is one study which we have done almost during 2006 or so, because I started working on millets a long back. So here we have done a study on using finger millet, where we fed these students for 100 days about using finger millet, because finger millet is known for its calcium. And after the trial, we found that the control group and the trial group, we could found that the bone density of the students to whom this millet product was given, it was really improved, and there was a significant difference in the bone density of the children to whom this millet food was given. This study was done in Bangalore. Another study was done, the previous study with finger millet. Another study which we did with the DMRC Jodhpur for about 300 days. Here again, what we did, we supplement this bajra, that is pearl millet biscuits we supplied. The dose was decided based on the weight of each child, and accordingly different schools were there fed. And at the end we found that the blood hemoglobin, which is a variable parameter of the iron, whereas ferritin, another parameter which tells about the stored iron, and which we could find that there was a substantial improvement in the anemic children of the school. And then we recommended it to Rajasthan government to include pearl millet in the midday meal. This again long back it was done. Now I will come to my topic, where we have seen that in civilian sectors, we talk about millet, there was promotion of that. Suddenly there was an announcement by Government of India that millet should be part of army ration. Now here comes the major problem, right? What is that problem? Because the moment I say army ration millet is included up to 25%, this 25% also has come logically calculated. I will tell about that, how logically it was calculated. But what happens the moment it is included in a service ration? Then follow that, then CAPF as well as NDRF also announced that it should be part of their ration also. So suddenly there is a demand for millets and millet flours, but then our market or agriculture things are not ready. So again, government realized that announcing this may create a problem in the supply chain market. So then they gave a gradual inclusion has been done, so that the farmers can really grow millets, and then they can get. What happens when there is the inclusion of such millets in such things in ration? Because the demand, if I am in one house or in the colony, if I want to buy, the quantity will be very less. But whenever there is an institutional requirement, the requirement is very huge. And if you talk about the Indian Army, it's a huge army. And if we include 25% of millet, again there is going to be a huge requirement. But Indian farmers in the market is not ready to cater that much requirement. So whenever we make such announcement, there will be a transit period. So this 2023 to up to another 5 years, this will be transit period. And in this transit period, conferences like this can really keep the flame going so that it doesn't die. So it will help it will help our country to promote millets, and let the farmers will get a sustainable growth of the millets. There are certain newspaper cuttings which we collected, so that what happens after that, I will tell you how it is. Like these are the general approximate composition of the different millets as well as the grain. Highlighted is like in case of pearl millet and finger millet, iron and calcium is there, barn and millet. So what happens? This is the normal ration. Anybody's family have army people? Kindly raise hands. Students, faculties. Nobody in defense? That's not a good sign, but it's okay, fine. So what happens? What happened, like army like they give ration, like cereal ration, pulses ration, like that. So let us understand how the ration is given. Like rice and wheat is grammage per head, it is given, like 400 and 220 grams is given cereals. So out of that, 25% has to be replaced. So what we did as a food technologist, as a nutritionist, we calculated the calorific requirement as well as the requirement of fiber and mineral. So when we calculated the 25%, it was meeting the RDA of calcium as well as iron. So this is the normal requirement. Total RDA is 25 grams per battery. For calcium is 600 and 17 mg. So when I replace this, so 600 is the RDA, then existing ration was like 98 calcium, and it was when we do this kind of supplement, almost 50% RDA was made with the calcium with the cereal component alone. So that's really helpful for the soldiers when they have calcium for their bone, because they do a lot of physical activity. So physical sustenance is very much important, and supplying calcium and iron from the cereals in addition to other grains is really helpful for them. That's how the inclusion is continued. So what happens, the problem, another problem, I told you the logic behind the inclusion of millets in the service ration or rations of the security forces. What is the modes of consumption when in case of institutional ration? Abhi dekha, humne, when we had food in our canteen, we find chapati, fulka, then all kind of roti, but millet roti was not there. Why it is not there? Because it's not easy. In a house we can prepare, but whenever there is an institutional requirement, millet roti is a problem. So what, as a scientist, what we were supposed to do, we have to find out some solution, because army people said we will get the millet flour. What we will do with that? We will prepare roti, because ek do roti to theek hai, but then it is multiple people. How do we do it? So what we did, we developed roti making machine. That I'll come to later. Another problem is like they will be buying this millet flours. Normally, when we supply anything to army or whatever we work, like normally wheat atta, what we get at home, has a life of 3 months, but army requires 6 months. So we developed a process where normal wheat atta can be stored for 6 months, and we submitted report. But once these millets got included, again they told me another problem, because millet normally life is 45 days, hardly comes to 45 days. They wanted 6 months. We again worked it out. So we have a solution where we can store this millet flours for 6 months. This is how our institute actually triggers the research, and we work on the real-time solutions for the services. Because we have a user who gives us a problem, and we have to give the solution. Even if I don't publish paper, it is fine, but I have to give the solution to the problem which is posed to our institute. So we have established the process for that also. So what happens, as it has been deliberated that it does not have gluten. So what happened when we collaborated with an industry and we have developed the roti making process, where this machine is there which can use jowar and bajra roti. Normally people say that you can mix with wheat and add wheat and certain millet, you can make roti, but unless you really make pure roti, it will not taste. So we have developed the machine in collaboration with the industry which can automatically make rotis. Roughly about 200 to 250 rotis per hour it can prepare, and this machine is optimized for jowar and bajra. If you can see the roti, what happens, we have two things here. We just pre-process the dough in a manner that it gets compiled with the machine, and if you see, only 2 person can operate, 1 person has to put the ball and the jowar. This is a video of a jowar roti preparation, and the roti gets prepared. So this jowar roti can be consumed, and this we have demonstrated during 2023 exhibition at DFR also. A lot of media coverage was there for this millet roti making machine, and even the Defense Institute showed interest to buy this millet roti making machine. Next. Apart from roti making, these are multiple applications: puffing, popping, roasting, extrusion, instantization, germination, malting, baking, packing. These are all routine applications which you also study in textbooks. But what happens if you really want to make an industry out of that? It's a real tough problem. So we have developed certain processes. These are the popping problems. This we have worked in during 2004 to 2010. We have worked on these different products, giving proper nutrition using a combination of these three millets. We are able to meet RDA of calcium and iron. And these are the millet flakes. And ragi mudde is another important aspect of southern part of our country. Preparation of ragi mudde is a problem. Either we can have a machine, but we have prepared a process where we can have instant ragi mudde. Because ragi mudde, as I told you, preparation of millet roti is an art. Preparation of ragi mudde is also art, because addition of water creates lumps. But we have created a ragi mudde mix. Within 2 minutes or 5 minutes, you can prepare ragi mudde. And in a conference in CFTRA during 2016, This work was rewarded with the first prize. Then we have made an instant idli sambar also. What do you understand by instant idli sambar? You have seen Maggi noodles, all of you, right? Maggi noodles mein kya karte hain? We just prepare in Maggi noodles. There is another option called as cup noodles. Cup noodles mein kya karte hain? How many have consumed cup noodles? Raise your hands. Okay. How many have traveled in air, flight? How many have consumed instant food in the flight? You must be seeing upma and all, right? We have given a technology of idli sambar mix to Indigo 5 years back, but that was rice idli. But now we have come up with millet idlis, which can be reconstituted. It's ready to eat idli, which can be reconstituted in 5 minutes. Just add hot water, and your idlis are ready. Now, madam, let them see this video.
You, only one. How many of you would like to have the millet idli? Just raise your hand. Millet idli. Millet idli. Why? Why no hands?
Chale, madam, it's fine.
Huh?
If you have some engineers, apart from food technologies in agriculture, if there are some engineers, there is something interesting stuff. You must be knowing microwaves. You have microwaves at your home. So at DFRL,
Please be quiet.
we have developed a machine using microwave, IR and hot air combination. And this machine we have used for dehydrating idlis, which can be reconstituted in 4 machines. We have filed patent for the machine as well as the process of idli making. And soon we will be giving this technology to a company who comes forward. This is an all idli getting drying. It's a machine, a combination of IR, microwave and hot air. It's combined process. It is inside heating, external heating, and it's drying also happens, these kind of idlis. This is from my department photograph I am showing you. We have developed certain products using millets, apart from normal flakes and all. We have also developed edible cutlery using millets. You must be knowing about soup sticks. That's a common part of bakery. What happens? If you can see this machine, that's a bakery products corner. There is a machine which can be used for edible cutlery. This can be prepared for edible cutlery. Right? 5 minutes. This is the newspaper cuttings where we have given edible cutlery to 7 industries. This we have given in during 2017, 18, 19, 7 companies. We have transferred the technology of edible cutlery. But what happened? India is again problem of food security. Then we have come up with the biodegradable cutleries. These are the biodegradable cutleries where agriculture can be best. And these are not single-use cutleries. They can be used multiple use. We have 2 types of injection mode and compression mode cutleries. These are about SDGs. These are the certain companies where I have given this technology of different products, about 20-25 products I have. These are the companies where technology has been given, and you will very soon you will find all millet-based products where you can add hot water, and within 5 minutes your upma, khichdi, kheer, and idli sambar will be ready in 5 minutes. And these recently the technology has been taken, and these products are available in Amazon. If you search in Amazon Swadeshi brand, last month I visited the factory in Ujjain. They have started production of this instant upma, khichdi and kheer. In addition to that, we have also conducted certain programs to promote millets. These are the conference photographs. These are the different army units I have visited for promoting these millets. And each army unit or each location has different problems of millets. Somebody has storage problem, somebody has mixing problem, all those problems how to prepare. These are the different pictures where we have also published a book for services how to handle these millets and millet flours. This is very important. Based on our survey, we have published this book, and this is only for that. These are the few honors which we have received for our work. Now, there was a message in the group of our speakers that they wanted one slide on promotion of millets way ahead. See, in December last month, government is doing so many activities to really promote millet. Even government has put MSP also for the millets in December. This notification has come forth. So what we are doing, as I told you, put your status, start consuming one meal of millets per week. Then one message to the organizers: please form a task force of whatever the participants were there Because what happens, we have been working on millets at different levels. But if this conference can end up into formation of a task force where different representatives are there, only task force formation will not help. We should have a task force with clear goals and milestones for each group of the task force. The government has task force, but this conference can have also task force where really we can. So at the end, I would like to say, let's create million ways to consume millets or use millets, and that can really help us in promotion of millets. This is my group with whom I work. They contribute in different aspects of millets, as well as nowadays we are working on the smart nutrients for army. I thank organizers for giving me opportunity, and I really thank for the our students for being here. I'm happy that they did not go out. Thank you for being here. I thank director of my institute for allowing me to talk in front of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sir. Thank you. I think this is a very in-depth knowledge of the millets-based product has to be done from the DFRL Mysore, Defense Food Research Laboratory Mysore, as a DIBT now. But I think new products and new concepts, I think all students have seen how they are making for military ration as well as to the common man as well. So, Dr. Sir, it's very, we are definitely very thankful to you for today.
Thank you.
In continuation to the program, I am now inviting Professor Dipti Gupta. He is a professor in the Department of Textile Technology at IIT Delhi since 2012. She has more than 35 years of teaching and research experience and has published more than 100 papers in national and international journals of repute. She works in the area of surface functionality of textile, eco-friendly finishing of textile and processing of natural fibers. She is also mentoring a startup company involved in developing of AI-based smart clothing, and Dr. Gupta is a founding member of the Department of Design and member of the Professional Committee of the School of Information Technology at IIT Delhi. And Dr. Dipti Gupta has the rare honors of featuring in the list of 2% of most cited scientists worldwide in the field of materials, published by Stanford University in 2020 and 2021. Her team was awarded with the Biotech Product Development and Commercialization Award 2020 by Department of Biotechnology, Government of India, for development and commercialization of their products. In recognition of her achievement, Dr. Dipti Gupta was conferred the prestigious Outstanding Alumni Award by her alma mater in 2018. So, Madam, today you are with us, so I will invite you for your thoughts and your research in this area. So, most welcome, Madam. Now it's to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gupta. Can I ask all the students to please come up and occupy the आगे वाली chairs? आगे आ जाइए. Come, quickly. Okay. How do I operate this? ये कैसे move होगा? Download नहीं हुआ अभी. All right, so I hope so I hope this will be slightly different. Slide Google Slides for now. Okay, so I am not from the background of agriculture. I am a textile technologist. So hopefully thoda sa presentation aapko different lagega. What we are doing is actually looking at the crop residue of pearl millet as a possible source of cellulosic material. So we work with natural fibers. कौन से natural fibers के बारे में आपको पता है? Can you name any natural fibers that you know? Quickly. Yes, anybody amongst the students? Thank you. Yes, fibers पता है ना आपको? Natural fibers. Are you a student? हाँ, बताइए. Cotton and jute and what else? Yes, tell me what fibers you know. Silk, somebody said. Yes. What else? सबने सर्दी में क्या पहना हुआ है? Wool, right? Okay, so these are some of the natural fibers that we have. But I don't know if you can see this. Very nice. Read this. It's not very legible. But we have a whole spectrum of textile fibers, जिसमें कुछ man-made fibers हैं, कुछ synthetic fibers हैं. Synthetic fibers are like nylon, polyester, acrylic. I'm sure you know about them. And then we have natural fibers, and then we have something called as man-made fibers, which is viscose, जो कि source natural होता है cellulose, but you process it and make it into acetate. राइट जैसे कि अगर आपने आजकल लीवा और इस तरह का सुना होगा विस्कोज लीवा फैब्रिक काफी सारा चल रहा है तो इन द टेक्सटाइल डोमेन देयर इज अ लॉट ऑफ प्रेशर ऑन द टेक्सटाइल कम्युनिटी टू मूव टुवर्ड्स सस्टेनेबिलिटी so textile industry is considered to be one of the most polluting industries in the world so climate change and things like that not only processing but fibers क्योंकि जितने आप fibers आज की डेट में 70% of the international consumption of fibers is polyester and polyester as you would know is made from petroleum sources it's a non-renewable resource and secondly polyester does not degrade 500 साल तक आप लैंडफिल में अगर अपने इसको डाल देंगे it does not degrade so and there is one I don't know how many of have you heard about microplastics? Microplastic pollution किसी ने सुना है क्या? You guys wake up थोड़ा सा हाँ. What is microplastic? Quickly. कहाँ से आता है? No. I am talking about textiles. So all the polyester garments that you wash, when you wash, right? There's a lot of shedding. And these are very, very fine fibers, microplastics, which are going into the aquatic bodies and the fish are ingesting it and then it's coming back into the food chain and so on and so forth. These are some major issues of sustainability and eco that the textile sector is facing. And therefore, we have the need to find alternate, sustainable, natural fibers which come from renewable sources and do not have the problem of, for example, cotton. आप बोलेंगे कि natural fiber है, लेकिन cotton is not at all eco-friendly because of the kind of water it consumes, the kind of pesticides it consumes, and the kind of fertilizers that are used and the kind of effect that it has on the soil. So cotton is considered to be extremely resource depleting and non-eco-friendly nowadays, right? So there is a need, and that was what was kind of the motivation for this work, where we tried to, we are now in my group trying to look for some materials which come from renewable sources, and in that sense, we have this whole family of fibers called as lignocellulosic fibers, जैसे किसी ने बताया, jute, linen, flax, coir come in that category. And in that category, if you look at here, there is the stalks, right? So rice has been studied, wheat stalk has been studied, maize, but millet stalks had not been studied. So that was the kind of, motivation for us. Lignocellulosic materials, I know some of you might know, is composed of 3 major components. Hello, people. Can I have your attention, please? Thank you. Just a few minutes, quick minutes. Okay. So, when we say lignocellulosic fibers, lignocellulose मतलब उसमें एक नया component होता है. आप लोग agriculture background के जानते होंगे, lignin, cellulose and hemicellulose. From the textile point of view and from the fiber point of view, we are only actually interested in the cellulose component. So more is the cellulosic component, better is a material as far as textile is concerned. And these are all the applications जो आजकल lignocellulosic fibers की हो रही है. It's very, very interesting. And in our group, we are touching almost all of those. I'll talk about it maybe later. What are the advantages of lignocellulosic fibers? I think I need not say. ये waste है, crop waste है, so actually the cost of raw material is practically negligible, right? There is no cost to the raw material, and they are sustainable, renewable. Millets के बारे में और बहुत कुछ कहा जा चुका है, so all that is valid for this. However, when we start working with the new material, I think even in the food domain, people are facing the same kind of problem, is that there is no supply chain. जैसा अभी बता रहे थे, वो कि they put it in the ration for military, but there were no producers. So similarly, we are developing technologies, but it is very difficult to produce the fibers in bulk. Small quantities we are able to do, and it's the extraction of fibers from these materials is very difficult. Unlike polyester, you just polymerize a few monomers. It's very easy. This is very difficult. I will just briefly run you through the work that we have done with pearl millet. And the motivation was, of course, this smog that we get every winter from burning of crop residue. So we thought, can we look at this material and see if some value added applications for these materials can be found. And what we have done is we have characterized the biomass, the straw, that is, we just working with the straw. We developed a scientific process for extraction of long and short fibers. I have samples in case you are interested. Characterization of these fibers. So कोई भी fiber जब निकलता है, we have to establish whether it is possible to spin it into a yarn and make it into a fabric, right? So the length, the elongation, well, either they talk or I talk. Yes. So we have done that, and then you bleach the fibers. Bleaching मतलब करना पड़ता है उनको white बनाने के लिए. Then to make dhaga out of it is a new technology altogether. And then what we also did is, I'll show you very quickly in the next few slides. And just quickly go through. So we did this morphological study. So this was the stalks, waste stalks that we collected from Haryana. And then we did the longitudinal and the cross-sectional scanning electron micrographs just to see what was the morphology like. And I would like to draw your attention to this image, for example. This is a typical cross-section where we find, or the longitudinal section actually. So there are some long, longish cells which are hard, and then there are some soft parenchymal cells that we found a combination of these two. And then we kind of did the chemical composition in the sense कि कितना cellulose है, कितना hemicellulose, कितना lignin, ash, protein, etc. And have compared it with other sources. Interestingly, जब हमने इसमें से extraction किया, alkali extraction, we got two type of materials. One which you see, these are long fibers, golden yellow in color. And दूसरे को हमने process करके ये छोटे-छोटे fluff fibers बना दिए. तो same material में थोड़ा different processing करके we were able to get two different type of materials. And with this material, we actually used it as an adsorbent for wastewater remediation. So, or adsorption of dyes, because textile materials have affinity for dyes. तो wastewater streams में से dyes को निकालने के लिए, adsorb करने के लिए वापस we use this, and we found that it works very well as an adsorbent. And these short fibers we used as the adsorbent layer in the sanitary napkins for hygiene applications. So we tested them and compared them with the materials which are conventionally used and found that they work very well. This is what the fiber looks like. For example, cotton does not look like this. For those of you who would be interested to know, cotton is a unicellular fiber. These, what we get out of these are bundled fibers. A lot of fibers are bundled together with the help of lignin, etc. And therefore the fiber is thicker, and the shorter fibers look like this. Then we went on to do the chemical functional groups and crystallinity and thermogravimetric analysis, which is important for textile fibers. Moisture regain is a very important this thing in textile fibers. So we tested that. And अगर आप देखेंगे कि जो short fibers हैं उनकी 11 to 12 grams per gram, which is very good absorbency. So that is why we used it as an absorbent in the for the sanitary napkins. So we did all the tests. We prepared the something like this. If you see, this is the PM fluff, जो pearl millet का short fibers है, और ये pine fluff है जो currently sanitary napkins में use होता है. So we blended it 50-50, and then we got something like this, and then we tested its properties, and we found that the 50-50 blend was actually showing better properties than even pine pulp. So which means a part of it can be substituted. Just unprocessed pulp को हमने लेकर इसके साथ मिलाया, and we did all the tests that are required for sanitary napkins, and we somehow found it to be synergistic and found that they was giving better properties. There were some other tests that we did for sanitary napkins and found that they were doing very well. And then what we found was कि जब fiber आप निकालने की कोशिश करते हैं, you need to use a lot of water, energy, and it's very intensive, manual intensive. So we introduced a different method, different sequence, and what we found was कि दो तरह के fibers automatically, if you split the stalk, you find that there is one outer sheath, which is this long and continuous hard material, and inside is a soft porous material. Right? तो जब हमने इनको soak करके process किया, and SEM में भी आप देख सकते हैं कि while these are the soft parenchymal cells, the sheath is, very compact. So from these two, we got two different type of materials. It was very interesting. एक से हमको बहुत अच्छे से ये yellow fibers long मिल गए, और दूसरे separate होकर हमको core में से white short fibers मिल गए. And this is the, you may not be interested in this, but this is the kind of tenacity, modulus, elongation, and fineness and crystallinity. This is how we characterize any textile fiber and decide whether it is suitable for spinning and being made into a yarn and can be used as a fabric or no. And we find that the properties are quite good and comparable to, for example, jute and flax, and therefore it is possible. Then we took these fibers and we processed it as a normal textile fiber, and we have been able to reach to this carding stage, which is the pre-stage of making a yarn or spinning a dhaga. So right now we are in the process of blending this with different fibers to create different type of yarns to see what kind of properties we get. It will be quite revolutionary and it will be quite novel if we are able to actually spin yarns from this, because currently they are not there. Then we have also carried out bleaching and dyeing. So we were able to remove the color to make them white. We were able to dye them. And now finally the last kind of thing that we are doing is we are synthesizing micro and nanocellulose from pearl millet, right? So this core soft part we are treating, and we've been able to produce nanocellulose from this. And we are characterizing the nanocellulose, and this nanocellulose we are characterizing. So this is the morphology. As you can see, we are getting these microfibrils. Abhi nano nahi mile hain hame. We've only reached till micro, where the diameter is about 25.6 microns, and the length is about 1.2 to 1.3 mm. And this material we are using now to reinforce and cast films, alginate, carrageenate films for food packaging, and using this as a reinforcement. So this is all. I would just like to summarize that what we found is that from pearl millet you can get long fibers, short fibers, microfibers, and even nano. We are trying to make nanocellulose also. It's possible to produce, by varying the conditions of processing. And short fibers can be used as absorbents. Long fibers can be used as adsorbents, and we can also make spin yarns and make fabrics. We can also make non-wovens for filter applications. That's something we are now exploring. And of course, micro and nanocellulose can also be done. So we think this is a viable material. While you use the grain for food, etc., the stalks can actually be a viable material for cellulosic fibers of all types and all sizes. That's all. Thank you very much. And this is an invitation, actually 31st, 1st and 2nd, 31st of January onwards. We are organizing a conference on functional textiles and clothing at IIT Delhi. I will share the details with Dr. Sharma and he will ask him to circulate. If anyone of you interested, you're welcome. Thank you very much for your patient hearing.
Thank you, madam. And any question, please? Students, any question? Students, any question? Delegates, anybody? Any question? Madam, actually, this is a very innovative work and this is a novel area. I think जो theme का हमारा session का theme है, this is a novel product, actually novel application है आपका. So really it is a very good actually, and also there is a application of जो waste बचता है field में, that can be utilized for a fiber for industry, and it is a 0% waste from the cultivation of these millets. So I can tell it's a huge class of helping, please. So, madam, thank you for this lecture. So, taking the program to the next, we have 3 oral talks from the online mode. So, we will first we'll check Dr. Aranya Malik. See, please. जुड़ा दी कर दीजिए ऑनलाइन ही डॉक्टर अरण्या is online. Dr. Aranya, are you online? Dr. Aranya. Miss Soumya Singh. Miss Soumya Singh. Miss Priyanka.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Miss Priyanka, you please come online and share your slides.
Yes, sir. Sure, sir.
Only 5 minutes.
Sir, is my screen visible, sir?
Yeah, it's visible. And please, you have 3 minutes for presentation, 2 minutes for discussion. So kindly do in within 3 minutes, please.
Yes, sir. Sure, sir.
Please start. 3 minutes. Yes, 3 minutes, madam.
Yes, sir. A very good evening to one and all present here. This is Priyanka, a research scholar in the Department of Food Science and Technology from Pondicherry University, supervised by Dr. Narayanaswamy Sangita, professor in the same academy. Our research focuses on to exploring the impact of pin-to-plate cold atmospheric plasma on the functional, antioxidant and structural properties of arabinoxylon from sorghum cultivars. So normally the sorghum arabinoxylon is non-starch polysaccharides which is derived from sorghum, and it has arabinose and xylose, the backbone of a beta-1,4-xylene side chains. Since it has a higher water binding capacity and higher phenolic compounds, and it's promoting the gastrointestinal health, the main disadvantages of this arabinoxylon is solubility. So the decreased solubility, we need to modify this arabinoxylon in the non-thermal conditions. So why we chose the non-thermal conditions means in the chemical modifications, we can get the chemical wastages and chemical residues as a substance. So we focus on the non-thermal modifications of the cold atmospheric plasma. Since it has a specific applications, we chose this cold atmospheric plasma. So we chose the pin-to-plate atmospheric plasma. It alters the property or functional property, microstructural changes, structural modifications and also the chemical composition changes. Our objective is to subject the sorghum arabinoxylon in the cap environment, and the second objective is to investigate the effect of arabinoxylon on the functional, antioxidant and structural characteristics.
little bit slow. Actually, we will not understand what you are telling actually. No?
Yeah, okay. So since it has 3 minutes, I was okay. Fine. I'll slow down. We chose us like in the sorghum arabinoxylin. We exposed that sorghum arabinoxylin in two parameters. The one is a voltage, the other one is a time. So we exposed that arabinoxylin in 10 kilowatt 5 minute and 10 kilowatt 10 minute, 20 kilowatt 5 minutes of cold plasma, 20 kilowatt 10 minutes of cold plasma. So after that, we examined the functional properties, antioxidant properties, and structural characterizations. So the functional properties in this case of a water absorption capacity, so the control sample occurred like 38 to 39 gram per gram of AX. But in the case of a cold plasma modified sample, the water absorption capacity is reduced. We should be noted that in the 10 kilowatt 10 minute, it has further increased its water absorption capacity due to the introduction of hydrophilic groups in that cold plasma treatment, and also it has a surface oxidation. The hydrophilic groups present in that 10 kilowatt 10 minute arabinoxylin sample, it has elevated level of water absorption capacity. So the reason for the decrement of water absorption capacity is to the over depolymerization and also the excessive cross-linking of the arabinoxylin. And it is and another case of a swelling capacity, it's closely related to the water absorption capacity. We can get the same results of the longer exposure and the longer time. We received that the over depolymerization reduces the swelling capacity. So in terms of solubility, already I discussed that to increase the solubility, we are focusing into the modification. So in this solubility test, we achieved our goal, which is in the control sample, we observed that 20 to 22% of solubility. But in the case of 10 kilowatt 5 minutes, the solubility got highly elevated to 452 percentages. So the reason for this higher solubility is surface oxidation of the cold plasma, and also some reactive species got oxidized in the surface to increases its solubility, and it absorbs more water and it's soluble in that condition. But in the case of 10 kilowatt 10 minute, 20 kilowatt 5 minute, 20 kilowatt 10 minute, the solubility is reduced. So the same reason, like long exposure depolymerization is occurs. So in the case of antioxidant capacity, we analyzed DPPH. So DPP radical scavenging capacity. So that in this result, we observed that the longer exposure and the longer time yields the higher antioxidant capacity. The reason for this higher antioxidant capacity is depolymerization leads to the glycosidic bond breakages. That breakages is enhancing the release of bond phenolics. So to enhancing the bond phenolics, increasing of antioxidant activity is observed. From the result of SEM, we observed a minimal structural degradation occurs compared to that control. So based on the functional and antioxidant properties, we chose 10 kilowatt 5 minute is the good sample, which is further focusing for that structural characterizations. So by that case, we observed that then minimal structural degradation occurs in that from the SEM result. In the result of FTIR, we observed that there is no such significant differences, but in that CH stretching vibrations in the range of 873 to 1190 wave number for the control sample, it is to be slightly increased due to the introduction of functional groups due to the oxidative reactive species has observed in the sample.
30 seconds left, please.
Yeah, sir. It's about to end. So it is to be increased as a 900 to 1200 wave number to be increased. So in the case of a particle size analysis, due to that depolymerization, the higher molecular weight has reduced. The molecular weight goes reduced, and also it reduces into the small fragments, leads to the minimal of particle size. In the case of a zeta potential, we observed that the same already we discussed in that introduction of functional groups, that is a hydroxyl and carboxyl groups. That groups has a negative charge. Since it has a negative charge, we observe that the zeta potential has the higher negative charge. So finally concluded that the optimal condition for that modification for our arabinoxylin is 10 kilowatt 5-minute plasma treatment is balancing the depolymerization, and also it reduces the particle size to increase the solubility. So it also increases the functional and bioactive properties in the food application and as well as the pharmaceutical applications. So by increasing this solubility, we can use it as a drug delivery agent and also for the encapsulation agent. So the future recommendation is can be used in the functional foods, and it can be used in nutraceuticals delivery agent, and also it can be used as a binder or stabilizer. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Priyanka. And I think good work you have done. Really, you have given the good solubility to rabinoxylans from the sorghum.
Thank you, sir.
Any question? I think no any question from our side. So thank you. Thanks for your participation.
Thank you, sir.
This session, I really thankful and to the invited speaker, Dr. D.D. Wadekar and Dr. Dipti Gupta, for this good innovation and insight thoughts in the novel technologies beyond the 2024. So thank you, Dr. Saab, and thank you, Madam. And also the oral talks who is invited from the committee side, and good conversation has been happen, and I think all will get a good results out of that and good knowledge out of that. Thank you and all.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to invite Dr. Nutan Kaushik ma'am and Dr. Meenakshi ma'am to felicitate our session chair. Dr. May, please. Garima.